No, I'm gonna go live. Oh, I'm gonna go live with Molly. Hello. What? Well, because I just sent her the link. We got Neb Nosy Rowan over here asking a million questions. Why has Energy Harbor been the right choice? Definitely don't need the sound. Yeah, it's me. Hello, Alyssa. Copy. Discord. Excuse you, Rowan. I miss you too. No. 30 gave you a hug. Hi, silly bean. I hope you're feeling better. I gave you a hug downstairs, dude. Hey, Whitney. Downstairs. Oh no, I'm so sorry, silly bean. Well, then come here. Hi, Molly.
I may have to mute for a little bit.
Oh. Okay.
We'll see.
Love you. Go to bed. Good night. Man, oh man, oh man. Alyssa says hi.
Hello.
So I have been experimenting with different dog patterns since yesterday.
Yeah.
Trying to find like the most bang for my buck. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
So far, I've only done 3 patterns. I've done the like loaf dog.
Okay. Is that the one that says like tiny dog or something on it? With the bed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The one that Knotting Hook Crochet does.
Yeah,
Good
I've
night,
been wanting to try that one. Do you like that one?
I like this one the best.
Okay.
Not perfect, but I like it the best. It is no sew. I think I did have to adjust my bobbles, which is typical. But like I feel like it's all head and like itty bitty body.
I think it's super cute. It looks a lot like the AQ crochet, just in a different angle. Like if you were to lay that one down.
Yeah. Well, and funny that you say that. I also did the AQ crochet one, which turned out massive.
Yeah, that's huge. I did
Like,
her dragon in Burnett and it came out really big.
well, and
I
this
do
is
those in
Burnett
crochet.
in Sienna.
Mhm.
So it's like a thicker brown too. But I wanted to do them all in the same brown yarn because it's like the light brown. I don't like this yarn specifically, so I want to get it out of my cube because it goes back there. Of course, you can't really see it well tonight because Rowan decided that he has to sleep with me. I did not like that this pattern does not give you the instructions to crochet the ears in. It gives you the instructions to sew them on. Now, I did crochet them on after the fact, and then I took, because you end up with an end on the end of the ears, which is hard to weave back down. So I just tacked it right there with that. And then I ended up just surface crocheting the tail. And I should have done it the other direction because I don't like that it flops down. It needs to flop up, but it's the wrong way, and I'm not going to cut it out to redo it. And of course, the pattern gives it so that way you sew the head onto the body. I did not do that. I did the body, and then I started with the head, and I got to that row 6, and I started crocheting it to the edge of the body. It's something, it would be impossible to verbally explain. I will have to like show it in a video at some point. But it's similar to like loveys, where you do all the body and then you crochet the top closed, and then you do the head, and you get to a certain point and you crochet through the row of the head and the body in the center, except you like split it up. So you do like 4 rows or 4 stitches across one row, and then you go to the next, like you pick up the 2 next stitches on either side, and then the next stitches on the other side, and then 1 more, and then you go across the last 4.
I've never seen that before.
It's kind of makes me think of like the short row in Drift, similar to that.
Okay.
Except for instead of the chain and then like crocheting over the chain, I'm still doing single crochets. I don't even know. Is it Z? Is that what you like to be called? Now I forget. No, maybe. Remind me, dumb blonde. That sounds so mean. Kens, there's somebody else who had a Z. I'm like, I don't want to call you that. Gosh, aren't you an angry one? We don't. Thank you, Alyssa. So I did this one. It turned out freaking massive, right? Was not expecting how big this was. So then I recently got the new pattern pack from Easy Crochet Plushies, I think. No, or Green Frog. Green Frog Crochet. So hers, it's supposed to have like this little tube tail that you do this. I did not sew a butthole on the dog. But oh man. Anyways, you start with the tail and then you kind of like are supposed to crochet it in. I did not want to do that.
You can just change it when you're in the row, right?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Now this one though starts from the head and goes up. So I don't know. This also turned out freaking massive.
It's so cute though. Like seriously.
Like a little tongue.
I want the pattern.
But that could be arranged. But the ears are surface crocheted. You know, bobble stitches, clear as day, like that's in the row. Again, bobble stitches. And then I just added, I surface crocheted the tail.
Okay.
Because I wasn't sure exactly where placement needed to be with the decreased stitches right in there. I wish that I had my cute kawaii eyes in this size, but I ran out, so black it is. But
they're cute. They're super cute.
Yeah.
Did you pull them in at all? Did you pull them in at all?
Mm-mm. No, I could. That would help. But this is what I have so far.
Are you making a video on it? Compare and contrast?
I haven't been, but that is my idea. So I also have Instagram, a couple Instagram patterns that I want to try because they're free, because all of these patterns are paid. And there's one more that I'm in the middle of working on. It's the other one like this. So like this was the one in the bed, and then somebody almost immediately came out with one where they're like standing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
That one's not. I'm trying to find the ones that I have that are different from those. That one was made in acrylic though, so that would be massive if we
Mm.
used any sort of thing.
Yeah, and that is I have other dog patterns too that I wanted to try, but the burnout would just make it way too big.
Yeah.
Because I want to find a market friendly
Okay, I
dog.
have a couple. So I did so I was looking on Instagram and I saw somebody that I didn't even follow, right? Some designer that was like she had this post that said it had some cute little farm animals on them kind of sitting down, like laying down, which is different from the normal animals I see.
Hmm.
And she was like, my most unique patterns get the most criticism, but it takes talent and skill to recreate them. And
Yeah.
I'm like, challenge accepted. Plus they're cute. Let me see. And I might have used the wrong yarn for it. She used like Home Slim, I think, but I used Posh. And I don't love how it came out. And I don't think I can appreciate the uniqueness of how she made it, but I don't love how the end result. And I'm
Hmm.
kind of annoyed because like she only has one finished photo of this creature. Of all of them, she only has one photo of them. And they're all at this exact angle. I'm like, yeah, it looks like a cow there. But when you look at mine in every other direction, it kind of looks like a weird dog. Um, Elena immediately saw a calf, but I'm struggling. But she has some pocket dogs that I also bought the pack for before I even tried the calf. So I still want to try those, but I have those. I'll show you the link.
Yep.
And we'll because some of them are really cute. Like there's a Frenchie, and it's reminiscent of that one Frenchie, and
Yeah.
they're really cute, and they're really fast. They're really simple. Like she just does a little dot for the like eyes sometimes in like acrylic. They're
Hmm.
really small.
I'll have to give them a try for sure.
But I
Let's
think the
see.
dog might be easier than the calf, and I think they might come out better. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the calf though.
Hi, Haley. Yeah, Ken's Facebook or not Facebook, YouTube did a weird thing. Like now you don't it does not give the option anymore to show a name that you choose. It only shows your YouTube handle and whatever picture you have associated with your account.
So here's the calf.
Oh, that designer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I I'm not a huge fan of any of her patterns.
I really liked the way they were sitting and I thought there was something to it, but I don't like them. Like I don't like it. It looks like a dog almost.
It looks like a lumpy sheep in brown.
Yeah, and maybe I use a softer yarn that's like fuzzier to like make some of the edges disappear, like make it a little less like he kind of looks like he's a beef calf, and he's about to be veal. No offense to anybody who doesn't do that. But, like
That's great.
he looks like he's a veal calf. But he also kind of looks like a weird dog. And I'm just like I put the head where she told me to put the head, but I have like cows have necks, guys. Cows have necks. Like
They do.
I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm not in love with it, but the dog patterns might be better. Maybe. Maybe. Have you tried any of them?
no, but I've had my hands on other people's mates from her pattern. And
Okay.
I think one of them was a camel and I think one of them was a donkey. And
Yeah, the horses. I got it for the horses too, because that's why I got the bundle pack. So I'm stuck with a lot of her patterns.
yeah, no. Not my style. For sure
But
not
the
my
dogs
style.
are interesting.
I want to try Craftsco Blooms patterns from YouTube. She has some like little loaf dogs. And then there is an Instagram like sitting dog pattern. I don't remember whose it is, but it's similar to Murphy Crochet's sitting cat in like design. I know that it's going to be bigger than it looks because it looks really small, but I'm pretty sure that it's made in Crochet Chunky. So of course Bernad's going to be bigger, but I don't know. I have some ideas. I'm still trying. Hi, Salian. Hello, Dory and Pablo. Mohammed, I don't know what could or could not be true. And Kylie, I'm excited for your pink washcloth. Alyssa says I took a break from finishing the whips tonight, feeling rough since my live earlier. Like, you don't feel rough because of your live, right? Or just like in general? I hope you're feeling okay. Rowan, you either go to bed or you're going to your own bed. Well, you wouldn't be losing the stitch if you would quit playing around. Same, Melissa, same. It's terrible. It like, I wish that that wasn't a thing. Like, why? Why do our bodies hate us? Why can't men go through something like that? Like anything equivalent. It's very frustrating. Anyways, should probably pull the crochet out.
Oh.
Okay. There's the
So
yard.
I'm not giving completely up. I do want to try the dog patterns because they're like straight little things instead of the calf, but I don't feel like it right now.
What are you gonna make right now?
So I bought the Crochet Carpenter's pony pattern, and I've been making a bunch of those. I made 5 of them in this gray changing yarn. But now I'm going to try to make a unicorn with it.
Oh.
It's Premier Chenille tie-dye, and I don't know what color it is because the paper came off of this one, but it's this color.
I like that one. That one's pretty.
And then I have this one that I want to make one for or into.
That one's pretty too.
And then this one.
On one hand, Haley, I would say that I'm jealous, but on the other hand, like, you can also keep that because I don't want that either.
Oh. Done.
I want nothing to do with puking for 9 months. I want nothing to do with screaming babies. I like the cute babies. I don't want the screaming babies. And unfortunately, they go hand in hand.
Gideon is cute and he screams.
Right. Yeah. I already have a toddler-ish that screams at me. I don't need more.
Yes. But then I hand him off to Daddy and he sees me and he smiles and he giggles and it makes me like all warm and fuzzy again. So he's worth it.
Listen, I can live vicariously through you guys. You guys go ahead, have the babies.
Oh, I'm done. The tubes are removed. There's no more babies coming after you. But it was fun.
Yes, you enjoy. You enjoy the baby. The baby that's already on the outside and the baby on the inside. 2 different people, just stating. Just want to say that for clarity. What seems like gaslighting? Or do you mean the bundle of joy at the end? Right, right. It's they're I'm gonna be crocheting dogs, and Molly's gonna crochet a unicorn. I have these pieces started for dogs right now. So I have 2 arms, a tail, and ears. We don't talk politics here. Thank you, thank you. You must have come in right after we shared. I did this little dog yesterday. Did
Little.
this little dog yesterday.
Dude, I
And
don't know how they could be any bigger.
I did this little dog yesterday. Oh, that's fair, Amira. Oh, Whitney, so true. Babies scream and cry, and the next thing you know, you're smiling at it, and it makes you want more. Yeah, it's not even like on one hand, yeah, that does kind of seem a little gaslighty, but at the same time, like, damn female genetics, because it's your freaking ovaries that just like, "Meh, meh, meh, babies, they're cute." No, we are not talking about refined vibes. So Molly had a baby,
Yeah, he's 4 months old.
and then Haley just said in the chat that yes, she is pregnant. She announced it publicly last week, roughly. Alyssa says, my YouTube didn't notify me last night of your live, but I fell asleep early and then was up later for mock that up. Yeah, I didn't share the link or anything to the live. I was just watching like spooky shows and finishing snakes. Um so I don't know. It was just a random thing. It figured it's kind of a little like 12 Days of Christmas vlogmas without having to do any editing at all. Excuse me. Amira says I'm using all my scrap yarn from my bathroom drawer to make a leg and arm warmer. Wait, you're using all of your yarn for your bathroom drawer or from your bathroom drawer to make a leg and arm warmer. Do you keep yarn in your bathroom? Am I understanding this right? I'm gonna be making a dog. Molly's making a unicorn.
This is gonna be a very bright unicorn. Looking at the colors, like, oh my god.
I know I'm sitting here, I was noticing that you're doing the body in the bright colors. I'm like,
Mm,
okay.
mm. Yeah, it's gonna be bright. It's fine. Some little
This is
girl is going to freak out. It's gonna be
this
fine.
is why variegated yarn lasts forever for me. Because I cannot make things like solid in variegated yarn except for very specific things.
Why
And
not a unicorn?
I don't know. Like my brain screams at me like, no, no, no. No. Solid color body, fun color hair. It's like, Why can it not be any other way? And I've had more and more people pointing out recently, like, that some of these things are definitely OCD tendencies, even if I don't, like, want to dive into necessarily that, the fact that it's a very hard no. Like, there is no wiggle room, there is no conversation that could make it any different, and that there doesn't really have to be a rhyme or reason, but, like, people who actually actively deal with OCD are saying, like, that's kind of an OCD thing. Like, you should probably look into that." Like, oh, nah, no way. I'm just weird. It's okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Thank you, Sunil. Burrito. Natalie's making a snail.
This is going to be well, I have this I have the big twist favorite fox fur for the mane and tail. This is
Yes,
so sick. I hated this stuff actually. Low-key. I never bought any more because I didn't like it, but I can use it up on the mane and tail.
that's true. Might as well use it somewhere.
Mhm.
Uh, hello to whose gender is this? If you have a name that we can call you, that might make it a little easier to address you. Natalie says, "Did you get a sweater?" Um, I bought this sweater at Walmart last year or 2 years ago. Oh, Quinn. Okay. Wait, Quinn from Morgan's Discord, right? I mean, I think you're in other ones too. Well, is it? My brain wants to know. Different. Okay. Well, hi, Quinn. Sometimes, so it's a little hard adjusting right now because YouTube has like changed how we view people. So if I, okay, I'm glad to know that it's your first time being here. Welcome in. That we're just crocheting. Well, I'm not actively crocheting, but I will be. Anyways, Quinn says I have ADHD and autism and wasn't diagnosed with the second one until I was 17. So I'm told by peers that I am undiagnosed ADHD. That it is so obvious that they don't understand how medical professionals have not seen it yet. Um, but there ain't nothing I can do about that.
I am diagnosed ADHD, but not autistic. Not diagnosed autistic, although I have deep suspicions and peer reviews that say otherwise. So it's fine.
We're a neurospicy group over here, even if it's self-diagnosed, partially. Good job, Alyssa. Hi, Sierra. Hello, Artistic Inspirations.
The pony uses treble bobbles. You use them, so I think of you when I'm doing like yarn over, yarn over. I don't like them per se, but I do appreciate how big they are.
I always use treble bobbles. Like, if anybody wants to know my biggest secret of why my plushies look different, and usually by other people's opinions better than the pictures, it's because I use treble bobbles. I don't use a regular bobble stitch. I don't know what it is. Something about, like, because it's usually like big feet, you know? people like big feet, I guess. That works out very interesting.
Yeah, it's not it's a pretty good pattern. I like it. Like I said, I made 5 of them, so it's not like it's
You're
not
on
that.
it.
Yeah.
You like it,
I like having a market pony. Like, how long have I been searching for a market pony? I finally found something
right?
from a designer that I know and I trust and I like his stuff anyway. So, so this is Drift, Swoop, and Royal the pony. Although there's another Royal somewhere else from another designer. But
There is.
3 different patterns I'm going to as like these are my standards for these are what I make regularly. I plan on making the swoops regularly too because they're um so ADHD doesn't have to be hyper and like energy like fit like visibly. You can be hyper in your mind, like your mind cannot shut off. You can be hyper and like I don't know. It's inattentive is the other one. There's
Yeah.
the hyperactivity or inattentive, and I'm primarily inattentive. Or there's a combo that you also have diagnosed, but yeah, you don't have to be like jumping up and down in your seat. Although you'll see like I personally, even though I'm mainly inattentive, I might like you know do like tap something or if I'm in public and I don't have crochet, I might take like a straw paper and shred it into itty bitty pieces. Now, I guess that could be anxiety too, but the point is that it's not always hyperactivity, like
I mean,
physical.
no, you're completely right. I mean, hyperactivity does not have to be how everybody thinks that it is. It is so many different things. And if you think about it, the a lot of women who have ADHD or ADD, um, the ones who are diagnosed ADD, they're still dealing with a lot of that in their minds. So if you didn't know, they actually changed the label.
Yeah, it's just ADHD, but there's
Yeah.
different types, like
Yeah, like
inattention.
it well, and
Or
that wasn't for you. That was for other people. Like that, it's no longer ADD or ADHD. The same as like it's not Asperger's anymore. It's not split personality anymore. Like they're changing the names of these things not necessarily to be more politically correct, but to be more understanding of the diagnosis as a whole. Because, like you said, there are multiple types of ADHD now. Um, they're they all come with some. Yes, people are blunt, and there's nothing wrong with it. Um, like there's just a bunch of different things. But I'm going to catch up in the chat real quick. I was initially distracted because I saw the name Casey Grandpa come up, and it just made me chuckle that like somebody's grandpa is hanging out in the chat with us. And I'm seeing bits and pieces of what's coming up, but not all of it. So backtracking. Hi, Sierra. Um, Today is treating me mostly well. We got propane today. We
yeah,
switched to a new propane company. So there's that. Um, we can go back to using our stove, which is nice. We've been running on pellets for like a month.
oh no.
Um, Hi, Strawberry. Natalie says, "What's your favorite show to watch while crocheting?" Lately, it's been ghost shows. And I
What
even went as far as like finding my headphones to be able to drown out the world.
what shows?
Ghost shows,
Goat.
not goat shows,
I
ghosts.
definitely heard goat, and I was like, oh, okay.
You are
Didn't
not the first one who heard
puppet.
that. Because I said it the other day, and Mandy's like, "Hey, I watch goat shows while I'm getting ready for bed or something," and so it had me cracking up. But no, paranormal shows, spooky. So I've been catching up on Sam and Colby's videos that I felt way far behind watching. And I've been watching Project Fear shows that I fell really behind watching as well. Um, but other not
Yeah.
goat. Oh
What's
yeah,
that?
okay. Alyssa said it. Alyssa asked, like, wait, did you say goat? Woo!
Fine. Hey, I found a craft show. I found a craft show. Um, well, it's nearby for me. In the last day of February into March. It's called Shipshawana on the Road. Now, Shipshawana is a town in Indiana. Um, I went to it once for a rabbit show. That's why goat show did not like confuse me that much. Maybe for you, but like context or like goat show. Okay. But no, I went to a rabbit show in Shipshawana, and that's where actually I got Maggie. Um, impulsively. But that being said, like I applied to it, and I
Ooh,
don't know how many crocheters will be there or whatever, but I'm excited because I usually don't have them that early.
you're gonna you're gonna kick ass. You're gonna kill it.
There's another one in Muncie, Indiana, which is pretty close, and but next. It's the end of January, beginning of February, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure people are gonna be out like I want them to be yet after Christmas.
It depends on the event. Um, if it is like a street festival, street fair type thing, then they will be because there's nothing else going on.
Well, I don't
Um,
know how big it is exactly. It's not super cheap. It's $185. So I'm hoping it's a decent event. They're not in big cities or anything. They're in like medium-sized towns.
mm-hmm.
I don't know if that means anything, but
I Did you reach out and ask them about attendance yet?
no, I just bought the booth
Oh,
space.
okay. Well, you'll find out.
I will. I hope. They might tell me it's full, or they might tell me that they have enough crochet. But I sent in the pictures that you lent me or you gave me.
Yeah.
For well, I actually needed them because there's another one. Um in Hocking Hills.
Yep.
There's a summer one and a fall one, and I think the summer one unfortunately is at the same time as my Pride Festival, which I'm not willing to give up
No.
because it's tiny, but it's not tiny. Like,
There's also now a spring Hocking Hills craft event. So I would look into that. And if you want any chance of getting into the fall one, apply now because
I
it fills
applied
up.
earlier last year. I applied earlier last year and they just sent me information on it.
Yeah.
They just sent me, hey, if you haven't sent in your pictures, send in your pictures. So I sent in those pictures.
Yeah.
And
Hocking Hills is one of those shows that people from my area travel to do because it is that good.
okay.
So
I saw a variety of people RSVP to the previous ones, and it ranged from, not a ton to a ton. So
what's so until last year, they only did the fall one.
there's a summer one. I didn't see a spring offering, but I did see summer and fall. And I
They
had to do the fall one because I'm pretty sure that June one is right over my Pride Festival. And like I said, like I made like $1,400 on a rainy day, Kat. And it's a tiny show, or it's a pretty small festival. And there was only
yeah,
one other crocheter. And she
yeah.
was right across from me, and I still made that much money in the rain. So I love that show. I'm attached.
No, you stick with a show that you know is good for real. But they added the summer one and it filled up so fast because they added the summer one because the the fall ones are filling up a year in advance,
Yeah.
basically. So they opened up the summer one, and then the summer one filled up, boom, like right now. So then they
Well, that's
started opening up a spring one. So I don't know if they had a spring one last year or if they're planning for the spring one this year, like this coming year.
I know there was a lot of complaints about 2024's parking. Like they were turning people away, and there was this like huge like people like waited 2 hours and then got turned away by the sheriff and stuff. They didn't have enough parking.
Yeah,
Um,
that's because it's that big.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna try. It's a 3-day event as well.
Hmm.
It's gonna take a little bit, and it's in October. I don't remember when the Yellow Springs one was. Was it the
In the middle
June?
of June.
There's one in October as well, but I didn't go to that one, so we'll see. Okay.
You enjoy the heck out of that one.
What?
If you enjoy the heck out of that one, I will be thrilled to bow out of the Yellow Springs events from here on out.
Oh.
I've never been so stressed at an event in my life.
Okay, so there was a Pride one after our event.
Hmm.
It wasn't the same. It was not in the street. It was Ours was under a tree. It literally got they can't they cut it off a couple hours short because of the big storms that were coming,
Hmm.
and we still made decent money before that. So, and it wasn't nearly as stressful, although I did have my friend sharing the booth with me too. And that's probably why I got in, honestly, because she didn't have crochet stuff. She had sewn bags and stuff. And
Right.
it was her entry. So there were a lot of crocheters there, but we still did pretty good, honestly. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm not willing to write it off just yet. And then there's also the chance, like that Yellow Springs event, you could also go to the businesses and say, and like try to get into their like parking lots, because they'll set up their
Mhm.
parking lots like the festival too. And I made like $400 at one of those one year, but
Yeah.
it wasn't what we were trying to do on the street.
Right.
So I don't
Oh,
know. I'm trying to let go of the little one.
you don't have to let go of the little ones.
I'm trying to let go of the little ones so I can make money and not have to do this every weekend. I don't want to
Yeah.
do it every weekend.
No, it gets tiring.
Yeah, and it's a lot to ask of like my family.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make it like worth it.
Sorry, I'm trying to read through some of the chat again.
Yeah, go for it. I'm counting.
Sarah, thank you for hanging out, even if you're not very chatty. That's so fine. And I appreciate the thumbs up. Anybody else who's hanging out, don't forget to like the live and subscribe. Rowan, go to sleep.
I'm at 512 subscribers, by the way.
I saw that. I saw that. So exciting. Did you post a reel today?
I did not. I have 4 little loaf kitties that I made at Amethyst swim practice the other day. So it
Ooh,
was I could finish them.
so cute.
They're made with the Bernat, so it changes color. So they're all different. And I love it.
Yeah,
I
I
think
like
they're
that a lot.
but I'm trying to finish this unicorn just to say that I did one, because a certain teenager has been enjoying telling me what to make. do this. No,
I mean,
do this.
if it makes her feel better. Yay, Alyssa! She hit 40 subscribers today.
Yay. I liked your, or no, I followed your channel yesterday. I just stumbled across the part of the Discord where we help each other on YouTube. I just found that. Sorry, I've been like not hanging out there, but so I just kind of backlogged.
Wow.
And
I have the weekly the playlist for all the videos. They're posted for each person as I'm going. Today the new person is Danielle. So
what? No, neither of it. Okay,
they're just being trolls.
okay.
Okay.
I mean,
Who cares? All right.
sheep. I think you could modify this and make it a sheep.
It could
I know
totally be a
it's
sheep.
tie-dye and it's probably messing with you, but like it's kind of sheep shaped. Like
No,
if you made
it's sheep
the
shaped.
body a little bobbly or something.
I mean,
It's
even
probably
if you just do a color change, make the body the white, do the feet in like a tan or a brown.
it's very sheep shaped. It's a nice generic farm shape. Like it's
Yeah.
good.
Well,
Like thank
listen, you do the color modifications on that to make it a sheep,
you.
and then like just post that little picture of like to make it a sheep, change color in this row to this color, and yada yada yada, and then I can do it too.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Sounds good. Especially if you get into any of these rural counties.
Yeah.
4-H.
Crawford County has one of the largest agricultural fairs on this side of the Mississippi.
Champaign County has one too. It's a really good one too. Yay, I'm glad you love it. Koala, I know I just
But
watched your videos, but I don't remember your name.
Alyssa,
Okay. Yep. See,
and
I'm bad with names. So if it doesn't say your name, I'm just like, yeah, I recognize you're a person that I know kind of. Yeah.
yeah, it's Alyssa from the Discord, and it's Cola.
Koala. Oh yeah. It looks like koala when I just read it real quick.
Cola was her horse.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, okay. See, I remember saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm digging the horse."
Yes. Um, but Casey, Grandpa, we would love it if you send a link to your daughter. We love meeting other crocheters and hanging out. We do this every Sunday and every Wednesday. Hey, Lila. Um, yeah, Quinn, she says, so for me, it's very forgetful, hyperfixated easily, and very emotional. I will cry at the smallest things. That is absolutely a neurospicy thing, whether it's ADD, ADHD, autistic, any of the above, realistically. I mean, the forgetful aspect, I understand. My brain malfunctions. It's terrible. And then the emotional thing, it's just, um, ew. Can somebody remove that person? Um, the emotional aspect is just emotional dysregulation, which is very, very common with neurospicy brains. I don't cry at things easily, but I get really, really agitated really easily.
I cry pretty easy. It's bad. It's not like it's not a measured amount of crying either. It is just bad, and
Yeah.
it's bad.
When you were telling me the other day that you like weren't able to go to that show,
I literally,
instantly I'm like, no, Molly.
it was bad.
Chris is like, what? And I explained, I was like, this is the situation. Like, and I feel so bad. It's like, that really sucks.
It was a mall, okay? And they said that there was 2 elevators available to get you up to the 2nd floor where we were at. The problem is that I had what? I don't know if it's 8 or 14 or what, but I have a bunch of grid walls, right? And I had my tent, and I was gonna do the same setup we did, except my grid walls wouldn't stay up on the the wagon. I zip tied them onto my metal wagon, my farm wagon. So it's like sturdy as heck. It can handle it. Except I had 2 flat tires on the back. So the front end was going up in the air. I could not move it for the life of me, even with just the grid walls. I put the the tote full of baskets on the front trying to weigh it down, and it still wasn't working. It wasn't enough weight. And I was just like, I can't see how we can get all this in. Even if Kyle and I were to take runs and give Elena the baby in the stroller, because we had the baby in the stroller, we had Amethyst, we had my 13-year-old, and like there was just no way. What were we gonna do? Carry them up the stairs? Like grid
Right.
wall two at a time? Like what were we gonna do? Wait in the line for the elevators? I had an hour and a half to set up. I was already running tight on time. I was like, I can't do this. There's no way to do this.
Well, and that's the thing too, is like when you do an event like that and you only have two of elevators to get to that second floor, you need somebody standing outside of the elevator saying, like, we have to give priority to people who are taking things that cannot be carried up the stairs. Like, if you
I
have
didn't even get inside to see.
everything, like, if you have everything in one trip, on one dolly, one wagon, one cart, whatever, that's a priority to go up the dang elevator.
Yeah.
You have grid walls or giant fixtures, that's not something ideally you can carry up a flight of stairs. A couple, no big deal, but not a whole freaking flight.
No.
Or an extra escalator? Escalator?
I don't like escalators. I have an issue with escalators, okay?
Me either. I will use
I
them, but they scare me. I'm terrified that I'm going to get sucked in.
Yeah, I can't like I'll use them if I absolutely have to, but I might stand at the bottom of them or the top of them or whatever and like hover for a long time and look like an idiot because I can't get onto it. Like
It
it
makes
I
people mad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not fun. Trust. But no, the escalator would not be an option for me in grid walls because I can barely get on it just myself.
Right, right. But like that's the point though. Like grid walls are one of those things that an elevator would be necessary.
Yes.
Um, but you have every single vendor there who feels that they need to make a million trips with these little itty bitty boxes, carrying them in and out, and take the elevator up and down. And it's like,
I didn't even get inside to decide that people were doing that. I don't know if it was super well structured inside and everything was going super smoothly or not because I didn't get past the tailgate of my truck.
mm. Well, it sounds like, hopefully, all right, hopefully, you're at some point this winter or whatever, practice with the wagon that you have in your yard.
I have a plan. It involves the um what's it called? The dolly that can
Mhm.
move a freaking fridge. So we're gonna lay the dolly down. We're gonna put the grid walls on it. We're gonna ratchet strap them down, and then we're gonna drive them to where they need to go. And the dolly doesn't take that much up that much space. But yes, we
Okay.
are gonna practice at home before, so I don't end up in another situation like that.
Yeah.
And if I have to buy something different, I will. But
Do you
hopefully,
have a dolly?
I do have a dolly.
Okay. As long as you
It,
already have a dolly. I'm
it is
If you
like
didn't have one and you were going to have to go buy one, I was going to be like, try it again with your wagon and see if there's a different way you can do it.
Dude,
Like
I
I
don't know
do.
how your handle went like how your handle was functional in your wagon with those grid walls. Like I I don't I'm at a loss. I'm confused.
The next time that I load the wagon up with the grids, I will try to do like a little video just to be able to show you kind of like where I'm placing it, how the handles, like how
I'm
far the handle's
literally
sticking out. You know what I
just
mean? Like,
standing next to you. I don't like why didn't my brain take note? I was in
well,
awe. I was standing there watching you like, wow, this is gonna hold it. Actually, I was a little worried because you're like, you can get this in, right? And I was like, yeah, if it doesn't fall off like as soon as I move, and it didn't. It really didn't. So like, I don't know, man.
I
Yeah,
really think that a good portion of it is because like the fold points in the wagon, like they hold them all in place. Like I don't my grids never slide on top of each other. And I don't know if that was like an issue that you were dealing with, but I can
it tied them
understand
so it wasn't, but
I
it
can
wasn't how it tied them. Sorry.
it's I can understand if the grids were sliding on the metal of the wagon though, because they're different types of metal.
Mhm.
And I know that like around the edges of those farm wagons, it's like a smooth metal in a sense, as like a frame. So I'm wondering if maybe it was to do with that. But I don't know. I really think that a lot of it with mine is the fact that the wheels on mine, they're plastic. There is no paving. And the back wheels, they're just straight. It doesn't really matter. But the front wheels, they spin the whole way around, so I can literally pivot them on a dime.
Yeah.
And then the handle, there's the regular length handle, and then you pull the little tab thing, and then the handle will double its length.
Yeah. Ours
So
doesn't do that. Like I said, it's a farm garden one, whatever you
yeah.
want to call it. It looks sturdy. It didn't collapse or anything. It just had two flat tires, so it wasn't moving. Plus, like, there just wasn't enough room for the handlebars to like, or the not the handlebar, the handle. So I had to have these grid walls. Like they took up the wagon, like the 3 foot of the wagon, and then they were, what, 3 more feet off the wagon, hanging off the back. It was
Mhm.
just too heavy on that end. Oh well, what's done is done.
We'll figure it out though. We'll figure out how to make it work.
Like I said, I have a plan. I'm not worried about it this time. And I messaged them immediately, like as soon as I calmed down a little bit. I messaged them and said, "Hey, I did show up. I just had a malfunction with my stuff. I could not get them in, and my mental state was a little bit. I was really upset by that point, so I had to go home. I apologize for no showing for you." And
Right.
she actually said like, you know, no worries, we missed you, but you are for your priority. So like I hope you're doing better. So I don't think there was any hard feelings there as far as
Well,
like
and
not
the fact that you were actually there, and I'm sure that, like, if this is the first time that they hosted that event,
not it's
oh, I was gonna say if it was, then they just weren't aware of the traffic jam at the elevators, but never mind.
no,
I
I
think
like I said, I never got into the elevators to see what kind of condition like we were working with as far as like traffic jam, but I did see that like the road, like people there were three different parking lots you could go into. The first one was like all handicap only. And
Mhm.
then like there was this nice long drive kind of like where you would drop stuff off, but it was completely full of cars dropping stuff off. And there was like nobody was really moving yet, so there was no way to park. So I went to a park or a place where I would park across the street and walk, but it just didn't work out. It's okay. I'm not worried about it. I spent $50. It also got me a membership for like human rights something, which is nice to support something nice. So I don't know. Feeling very autistic right now, so I'm gonna stop talking.
Scuba Steve.
What?
What? Hi, Scuba Steve. Sorry, distraction. Adam Sandler's Big Daddy was one of my favorite shows growing up, or movies.
I like Little Nicky.
I liked Little Nicky when I was a kid. I don't like it as much now.
Oh yeah. I haven't watched it as an adult, but I loved it as a kid. Like it was one of those like I shouldn't be watching this. My mother would yell at me, but I just totally watching it.
You were labeled this right away. Okay. Okay. Going through the chat a little bit more. Mike loves Mexican food. Me too. Uh,
And it's funny because I thought about having a backup plan because I didn't actually ask anybody about like could I put the frame up for my tent? But like I was like, are they really gonna have a problem with it? Because it's a frame, right? It's not the whole tent. It's not the I don't know.
mhm.
I thought about bringing a table and then I didn't. And then they said they had some tables supplied, but the problem is I didn't have any displays for a table. I had the
Right.
baskets and those wouldn't make good displays for a table, like just a table. So anyway, so my first well, no, it's not a unicorn yet. It's still a horse. It's very bright.
That's cute.
Very
I
bright.
like it.
It needs a horn. I'm gonna use
Um. Casey Grandpa, I don't know if you're still here, but you should totally try to crochet again. Said he tried to learn but could never make it past the first row. Quinn says, I had a co op with an art place. I'm a college student. My placement was at this cafe paint shop with ceramics and pottery. You basically come in, choose a pottery piece, and paint it. That's super fun. Um, I'm going to ask the mods in the chat if you can make sure that you are viewing all messages and not just top messages. There are a few messages that have gotten through that are definitely weird. Alyssa's gonna sew strings on some whips and finish 3 snowmen and then see what to do after. I was gonna make snowmen and I forgot. Ooh, Strawberry's playing with the idea of making their dad a shoulder blanket. That sounds really nice. Bama Boy says that he knows Shippawana. He lives in Indianapolis. Burrito just completed a 3-day event this past weekend. Lila, you are, I mean, to be fair, I don't know how long ago it was that you posted in the chat, but we've only been on for an hour. I was running late. You had a 4-hour practice for basketball. Gross. Whose shorts have you been watching, Kylie? I know I'm like super behind.
almost a unicorn. I'm making its little horn now.
Yay!
I don't know how big to make this
Ooh.
horn. I think that's actually
Banana
pretty.
Taurus. I like that.
I think that's kind of long
I
enough.
say Bananasaurus, Amy. Hello, by the way.
So my daughter has been really enjoying instead of having decision paralysis like you are. Um, we use a a wheel, and we spin the wheel, and then we spin another wheel to see how many to make. And I even did a video on it the other day, of my wheel. My daughter doesn't want to be on the internet, so I don't record her or her stuff, but she's been using the wheel as a decide for her. And then if she really doesn't want to do it, she spins again. So that's kind of fun to do. Just pick
No,
things that put things on your wheel that you would be willing to make anyway.
I've been putting my market prep stuff on the spin the wheel, and I haven't really touched it in probably a month and a half, but it was really helping for a long time.
Yeah, I've got mine on the wheel. But now I've got this urge to make like certain things, like these ponies, and so I don't need it right now. But I
Right.
will, and when
That's
I
kind of
do,
where I'm at. Like, I want to make these dogs right now, so I don't need it. Whitney says her current hyperfixation is peanut butter and jelly with grape jelly. I'm a strawberry jelly person, if at all. I don't usually like jelly, it's too sweet.
I like raspberry.
Ooh.
I'll deal with most jellies, but I like raspberry.
Oh, Amy needs them all. She has to make all of those things. It's just which one does she work on right now? I still say Bananasaurus.
Oh no, is my horn crooked?
Eh,
My horn crooked?
nah, it's fine. HSD numbers. Hello, hello. Strawberry loves mixing peanut butter into chocolate ice cream. Me too.
That's really good.
Whitney did the splits going down one of the escalators one time, and it was not fun. Mom never made her do it again.
That is nightmare fuel for me. I hate
Yeah.
escalators, dude.
Strawberry says elevators make them dizzy. Never been on an escalator. Yeah, they're kind of scary. It's the starting and stopping for elevators for me.
I don't like the doors for the elevators. I get literally jumpy with the doors. Like, I don't want them to close on me. So I like throw my hands out no matter what.
Yeah.
Boo.
Oh
Neurospicy.
no, Alyssa, you should have gotten a wagon. Do you have any friends you could borrow one from? Hello, bud.
Alright.
What are you doing?
Unicorn officially.
I'm having nightmares tonight
Why?
because of like YouTube videos watching on YouTube. I got distracted.
Why were you watching it? Hi,
Because
Mandy.
I was watching a video on what the 1 trillion subscribers live on this site, and then it put on this video and you so horrible.
Don't watch those.
I forgot it was a horror video.
What do you mean you forgot?
Actually, I didn't even know.
Go to bed.
Fine.
It's time for bed.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's 9:30.
I didn't get up until 10.
Quit talking like a baby. And no, you can't stay up till 10. You have to go lay down.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Mind your business, dude. Thank you, Alyssa. Not my child. Good night. Love you. I love you. Turn off the
Alright.
TV.
Unicorn. I think I
Turn
want
off
to
the
use.
TV. Lay down. Go to bed. That's so cute.
I think I'm gonna go for bigger eyes next time. Those are
Maybe a
little.
little.
It's the eyes I used for the other stuff, but this is Burnett's or well Burnett's. It's a Chanel. No, it's basic Chanel. Anyway, one unicorn done.
Yay! Hi, Maria.
The pattern is by the Crochet Carpenter. It's his new pony pattern. I just added a horn. Everything else is his. Super easy. Yeah, I love that designer. Very easy patterns. Although the yarn is shedding and I see it in the air.
Mm.
All right. I think I want to make one in this pastel color.
What color hair would you do?
I think I'd do white again. I just want to use it up.
Would it be too light with as light as that yarn is?
Let me see if I have pink or something.
Okay.
I don't like the idea of using a different yarn that's not fuzzy. Because I
Yeah.
don't think I have. I do have a rainbow. Hold on. This isn't gonna
Thank you,
work
Maria.
still.
Oh. Okay. So I saw your text bubble pop up, Maria, and my brain, I thought for a second that you were my husband's cousin texting me something. I'm like, oh, I'll look at that later. And yeah, my bad.
No.
I will definitely have to check it out. Uh-huh.
So unless I wanted to use a different yarn and not the fuzzy yarn, I don't have any fuzzy yarn that is not a natural color because I was going for horses and such.
Well, try the white, see what happens. If you don't like it, you don't make another one, right?
Right? I don't know. I kind of want to finish these kitties so that I can make the reel tonight. It'll
Oh,
technically be tomorrow, but that's okay.
yeah.
Do you ever make kitties with black eyes? Like just normal black eyes?
Yes. I don't prefer them, but yes.
Well, I'm getting low on my
On your black eyes or on the cute eyes?
the cute eyes. I'm really low on them thanks to my kid.
Um, um, well, do the solid black with the white outline. You're already doing the face shaping, you know.
I usually don't do it on the little things.
Oh, never mind then.
That's okay. I'm gonna do it anyway.
Sierra, I am with you. I definitely prefer jams over jelly. Jelly is very gelatinous, and I'm not a fan. But so technically, I feel like it's a jam. We get strawberry preserve instead of strawberry jelly. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure that that's like a jam. And then strawberry says I'm making little squares in the granny stitch. I'm thinking about making a checkered shoulder bag or shoulder blanket for my dad for Christmas. He doesn't like a full blanket, but his shoulders get cold at his death. There. Up to RJ and some numbers. Yes, I am wearing a Christmas hoodie. It is warm.
Gosh, this eye placement is annoying. I hate all of it. I'm placing these eyes and they're not doing so great.
Okay, that is basically a jam. Okay, good. And guess what? I'm all caught up in the chat now. Strawberry, my ears perked up with every strawberry you just said. I'm so sorry. I realized that afterwards. I'm like, that was a lot of strawberry talk. Hello to somebody who I'm assuming is from another continent. I love coffee. It's my favorite.
I ran out of creamer, so I'm not drinking any more coffee tonight.
Oh
'Cause
no. That's a travesty.
I know. It's a lot of flags.
right? Like, I don't know where most of those are from. And I mean, you're posting little bikinis and like hard eyes and stuff. I mean, are you where it's warm? Coffee is also my friend Amy, 100%. Caffeine in general, right? Strawberry tends to put a little milk in their coffee, not creamer. I like the flavor. Right now I'm doing peppermint mocha creamer.
Ooh,
So good.
I'm not drinking peppermint right now.
That's fair. Before that, it was Reese's.
I do that. I have pumpkin pie right now.
I like pumpkin sometimes. It depends.
Mhm. I think
Yeah,
I like this.
Mary, go ahead. So long as like, would you say that it's like chat safe? Well, maybe that explains a lot of my issue. Sierra's finishing the last of their iced coffee for the day as I get my place cleaned up. So let me just tell you how sad I was the other day. When I went downstairs to get some iced coffee, right? It's the International Delight pre-made mocha iced coffee. I think I bought it about a month ago. It's probably been a couple weeks since I had a cup. The sell by date isn't until middle of December. And let me tell you how devastated I was when I went to pour that coffee into my cup. And it was just one solid, like, iced coffee booger.
Ew, booger. I was expecting a descriptive booger. Wow, laid it out there.
It was
That
like
is
straight up jello. Like, it was solid. I literally had to put it upside down in the sink and squeeze it out of the carton. And then it plugged up the sink.
Ew.
I'm like, you bitch. I was so mad.
Oh, that is rough.
Now Salayan wants coffee and a peanut butter sandwich.
I do not. I do not want anything gel related right now. That is awful.
I bet that message come through before I said that.
Maybe. Yeah, that would have went straight in the trash can for me.
See,
But
I could have screwed the lid on and put it in the garbage. The problem is that it would have sat in the can until the bag filled up. And we don't use a regular garbage can. We have one of the big, like 33-gallon garbage cans. So it takes a little while to fill up, but you fill up one bag, you take the garbage out once or twice a week, and we put them in like um a it's like a garbage box outside, just something to contain the bags. It's so cute. Um and so if we had put it in there and it got warm or something, like that container could have blew up. Now the bag's all wet. I didn't want to take the risk. And I mean, I could have put it like into the toilet, I guess, but I didn't think that far. I just yeah, we're gonna move on from this. But I was just very, very upset, is what I'm getting at.
yeah.
And I'm so sorry for all of the people that I've triggered in the chat by my descriptive language.
I don't know about the chat, but I'm over here like
Oh, that was a great look. Ooh. I was laughing and like took my head back and all the chins. It was great, all of them. Oh, wow. I must have a pimple in my hairline. That hurt. Goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Here it says, I did the math and realized I was having my entire day's worth of calories in just coffee.
Yeah, I did that once.
I
learned
could
that.
do that.
Yeah, it's really easy to drink your calories. It's what I do. It's my problem. It's one of my problems. I was telling my middle kiddo this today because we homeschool, so we were having a nice long conversation about nutrients and uh, carbs and protein and sugar and fat and stuff. And she's very sensitive about being called fat. So I kept saying everybody has fat on their body.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's there. It's to store energy. And we decided we were going to cut out the sugary drinks, which we both could do, and a lot of stuff. So we're trying.
Yay!
I'm gonna keep the coffee.
Yeah.
But everything else, I'm gonna try to drop the pop.
So I'm unwilling to cut out the coffee and the Red Bull. Unwilling. I will not.
Red Bull here.
What?
It's funny. You left that Red Bull Kyle got you.
I know. I didn't even well, it's not that I didn't think about it. I would forget it when we were getting ready to leave. But I brought Red Bull from home. So I had it on me, so I didn't think anything about it. I'm like, oh, I got it. No big deal.
I haven't had a Red Bull in forever. I drank it, and I fell asleep right after I drank it. Go figure.
There's nothing more comforting than a caffeine nap.
I was like, I thought this was supposed to wake me up. It didn't. And then your sandwich. I don't know how gross this is for you, but your sandwich that you left in the fridge, my children fought over it. I was like, it was Kat's sandwich. She's gone. If you really want it, I don't think she has cooties. I'm sure you could eat it. And, they were like, I want it. No, I want it. I was like, dude, I think Elena ate it. Which
That's
is weird.
really funny.
She's really weird about people's saliva and stuff. But
I
apparently
never took a bite off of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't.
So it was a sandwich that was cut diagonally in half, and I ate one half of it, but never bit off of the other one. It's so cute. I wondered because I went home and I left my food in her fridge. Well,
right.
it'll either get thrown away or I thought about messaging you and saying hey, if somebody wants to eat that, I didn't eat anything off of it, and then I forgot. So I'm glad that it still got ate.
I don't think they even cared. They were like, ooh, interesting food.
Right? Goodness.
My children, they act like they don't eat. They eat.
That's what kids do, I swear. They all think they're starving.
It's funny.
Strawberry said, oh, slightly off topic, but you reminded me. Did you hear about the shredded cheese recall? We have to return 2 packs of cheese because of it. I did see that. And it's not just shredded cheese. There's more to it than just that. But I didn't really look into it because blissfully unaware, I guess.
Yeah, I'm over here not knowing about that. So I guess I should look into that because we do have shredded cheese. We eat a lot of it.
Gareth says, luckily I'm out of cheese right now. Oh, Celine doesn't keep peanut butter in the house because her daughter's allergic. Boo. Hi, Macy. Long time no see. How are you? Yay, Alyssa. Last whale. Yes, happy December, guys. We are officially on day 3.
Maggie, what are you doing? Maggie! She's literally stealing my blanket. It was on my lap, and then she decided to cuddle up with it, and she literally walked off with it. Excuse you.
Bird.
Can I have this? Oh, now she's gone. There she goes. Goodbye.
It's like, dang it, I almost made it.
She'll be back. So I have to like tuck it or it'll fall off to my Shih Tzu.
Sierra says, I drink non-dairy powdered creamer now.
Anything
And a
that's
small amount of sugar in my coffee. Sometimes I add vanilla or chocolate protein shake for flavor. Okay.
And you're back.
Oh. Hi, Moon. Amira is lactose intolerant. I'm pretty sure that I am too. I just ignore it and suffer. I missed you being here too, Macy. Yes, Sierra says, fun fact, caffeine tends to have a reverse effect on people with ADHD, which is why ADHD and ADD is treated with stimulants.
That is why I fell asleep after drinking the Red Bull.
Yeah.
Oh, also the 4 hours of sleep a night probably helped.
Yeah.
I did download the All from Jade Advent Calendar. Did you, Kat?
I downloaded it, but I haven't opened it since we hit December.
I have. There's one that I want to make, but that's it. I've actually been following the Complicated Knots YouTube Advent, I guess is what we're it's I made the little raccoon, the little itty bitty raccoon, and then she has a squirrel that I started to make and then I stopped. I didn't like it in Bernat. She used acrylic, and I think I was gonna remake it in a different and like posh, but I decided I didn't get to it. And now she has a raven,
Ooh.
and they're low-so or no-so, depending on the pattern.
Yeah.
But the raccoon is
Cute.
it's surprisingly like it takes a little bit of time for how small it is, and her no-sos aren't like you still have to like there's the occasional like hole you have to like sew closed because they're
Mhm.
a lot of her stuff she puts on a shelf and doesn't play with. So it's not like market prep necessarily. Super cute though, and I like the original raccoon size actually better, which is also no sew. But you have to sew in the holes.
Mm-hmm.
Like she makes the feet by like making 5 increases on the foot point, and then like doing regular single crochets, and then she goes back and does another 5, and then the next row she skips those 3 on the end. She just skips them, and so there's a little foot that like appears out of the point, and it's really cute, especially on a raccoon.
Maybe I'll have to try it.
It does leave a little hole.
I'm sure there's a way to fudge it.
Oh yeah, you could definitely like just weave it in at the end for sure.
Ooh. Alyssa says anything with pistachios are being recalled because of salmonella.
I saw that.
I'm really glad that I didn't have any of that pistachio pudding at Thanksgiving. I don't. Hey, can somebody remove that person? Because don't be a dick, please.
I haven't done the Raven yet, Mandy, but it's on my list. I don't know if I'll get to it because I mean I want to. I should. Why not?
Macy, I'm glad that it's slowly getting easier. I know that pain and stuff, it never really goes away. It just gets easier to handle. So just know there are many of us who understand a lot of what you're going through, or at least to a degree. And if you ever need to talk, I'm sure many of us would be willing to listen. Um, Lion says Burrito got me addicted to peanut butter Snickers, so I hid those, or I hide those in the craft room. So smart. Smart. I don't know what that means. The person says, "You little eagle." What?
My birds don't sell very well, even though I make like those little cockatoos I made. Nobody bought them.
I don't understand. I like the cockatoos. They're cute.
I think they're cute. And like, I mean, the little yellow chicks sell
Mm-hmm.
surprisingly. I didn't expect them to sell because like they're kind of an Easter item and they don't sell very well for me at Easter.
Mm-hmm.
But really Christmas time they just like sell. Maybe
I
they
don't
kill you
understand.
at Christmas time. But very common at Easter. I don't know.
But yes,
I
to
haven't
Lion, I do like to make myself suffer.
really been willing to break out the pattern for that yet. The squishy moo moo pattern, I think it is. Because like I made 20 penguins, and I'm like, I think I'm done with that for a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you need to make more right now.
Well, I make the yellow chicks the same way,
That's fair.
and the melons. So here's another one.
I like that. It's a fun color. Amy said, when I was training a team from India, I would work 11 to 3 a.m. and then have to get up at 6 a.m. I would have a latte at 2:30 and go right to sleep at 3:10. Dang. Lisa said, at least in Canada that she knows of, for the recall. Mandy says they worked up really good in Parfait Chunky. You mean the Ravens, Mandy? Strawberry says, oh, one of the ladies at my needlework group commissioned me to make her some kitty paw tatted earrings. That's adorable. Burrito says, peanut butter Snickers are the best. They're pretty good. Alyssa says, I made 5 white owls for my market. Nice. We have a few snowy owls in the area, so I thought I would try. There's a lot of people who really like owls as collectibles, too. I always get asked from people if I have owls. You know, I try not to wonder those things, Fiddle. I just really don't want to think about when the last time I might laugh is. What a weird thing to question. Mandy says all complicated knot patterns. What is with the strangeness in the chat tonight? Laying in a bathtub of baked beans and wiggling my toes around. Like, what? What? Uh, heck? Number 1. Decrease. 1. Decrease. There are not 5 stitches in the arm. I'm confused. Maybe this way? I know, it does, right? I mean that's true, Fiddle, I guess. I know, wouldn't it makes you so like I don't know how YouTube's AI creates the live highlights, but wouldn't it be funny if that's what it highlighted? That would be funny.
an attention getter.
Okay, decrease.
Just stuffing this poor kitty's butthole full of stuffing.
There's always something very odd about doing that.
Yeah, I just feel weird about it.
Strawberry, do it.
I'm not really doing a pattern. I don't remember if this is a pattern exactly or if it's the accumulation of my edits on little loaf kitties until I got happy with it, but it's
Right?
just a loaf kitty. It's just a loaf kitty. I don't have I can't claim it because I don't remember. I don't know. It's just a loaf kitty. I think I think it's only single crochet and increase. No, it's not even a single. It's just an increase, like your magic loop or your magic ring, and then your increase row, and then I start the ears. So it might be like Cat has one too. I don't know. Oh, the body. Are you making the the chubby one with the tongue out again?
No. No, that one's made from the head down.
Oh, it looks
And
like the body of that, doesn't it? Oh, is that the one that I made a Aussie? Remember, it kind of looked like a kitty. I think it's sold. It was gray
yeah,
and black, and
yeah. It just took
is
me a
that
second to like picture it. But yes, it's that pattern.
okay? They have a lot of different designs for that, like a lot of
Mhm.
different options. And
And
for the first time, it makes me want to like use them. Like a lot of the times that like the cat patterns, they're like, oh, you could make a calico, and I was like, yeah, I could, or I could just make a straight colored one for a couple times, and then decide if I want to make spots later on
right,
another one.
right.
I guess I don't really need the
Ruby.
pattern.
Hi, Ruby.
Sorry, my chair is squeaking.
You are so fine. What's that song? Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blew my mind. Right? It has been clipped.
Uh-oh.
Love, love. Love. This. Okay. You will not. Married. We're both married.
Yeah, I don't wear a ring, but yep, married.
My ear warmer patterns are not in the Discord. They are all paid patterns. Good night, Amy. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, please. It does kind of look like fried chicken, doesn't it? It's just the color of the yarn. It's burnout blanket in sienna, and it's a weird brown color, but it does look like fried chicken. You're right. I am making a dog, another dog. I've already made 3 dogs.
I'm finishing loaf
Sorry.
kitties.
Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I'm finishing loaf kitties. I made them a while ago, or earlier this week, and I'm just stuffing them and doing their little details.
We got some finishing work to do, guys. I thought about making some teddies, Gray Man, but I don't know. I wouldn't do regular ones. Molly's learned that lesson.
Teddy bears don't sell for me, and I have really cute teddy bears.
I know they're freaking adorable.
They're probably really big though. Like they are really big though, and I think that's probably a deterrent is they're not small enough, but like also they're just not super easy to sew. Although that one pattern with the teddy bear with the hood, not the one that comes off, not the polar bear or the monkey, not that pattern, but it's another pattern where the hoodie is just one piece part of the body. I
Yeah.
did that in a rainbow. I did rainbow hoodies, and I did a darker teddy bear brown and then a lighter teddy bear brown, and they both ended up selling at I think at the state fair.
I think so. I know at least one of them sold there.
Yeah, okay, maybe at least one. I sold another one. No, I sold one, and I think I sent you with the other one, so I did sell. But they did okay.
Yeah,
But
those are
maybe
cute. That's Hook Nook's patterns, and
yeah.
she just come out with a new mod for them, where like they're animal hoods.
Uh, yeah. I feel like that was. I feel like that was part of the pattern, because I have the mods for it. I just didn't bother.
If she didn't come out with a new mod for it, then maybe it just kind of blew up.
Maybe. Because I vaguely remember the chicken one. I don't know, man. Maybe I didn't buy that. I don't know. I
I
don't
don't know.
remember. All I know is I'm gonna work on little things. I think.
Yes. I have to work on little things because I have to do a restock at the one store I'm in, and they only sell my things that are $10.
I have a chance. I I don't know. I feel like it's too late now. To do this store up in Columbus.
Well, you get into the store now, and then things will sell during like the off season. And then by the time that it starts taking off more towards like the selling season, you'll be in there already.
Yeah. I wanted for Christmas, but it feels a little late. And I don't know what I would send with her. Or I don't know what I would send to her. But I don't have any markets on my schedule right now.
Right.
I need to update my website because I've had like sometimes 12 people on my website at a time daily. That's more than I used to.
That's awesome.
Nobody's buying anything, but they're coming to my website.
Right. Definitely lotion your hand, Strawberry. You are. I just got the ick for you. I have the chills. Gross.
Oh, yeah.
I have like definitely probably an OCD thing with lotion. So but yeah, we do also sell at craft shows, markets, festivals, stuff like that. To increase, to increase, to increase.
Oh my god. When's the best time to upload shorts, Kat? Like, what time of day?
I don't know. I upload them at noon. But I do notice rolling away. I notice that I will get hardly any traction until after midnight. And then I wake up in the morning and I'll go from like 100 views on a reel to 900 views overnight. It's like, okay.
Sometimes I'll get. I guess I need to go back and see which ones. When I did that, because a couple of my reels did really well, like from the get-go. Does it say when I published them? Like what time? I don't think it does.
Rayman, what do you mean by the printer or AI stuff? Like, there are a lot of people who do 3D printed toys and they do pretty well. But I don't know what you mean by AI stuff. Whitney says, when I was at school, if I had lotion or hand sanitizer, I would put it on my hands constantly. Like every time I turn around, I was doing it. I think it was just to keep my hands busy because I crochet. Probably. Strawberry says, I just really love doing the granny stitch. I love clusters and I can't explain why. What are your favorite stitches to do? I think a triple bobble. Which is funny because Molly doesn't like it.
Well, it's like, yeah, that's on my list of not favorites, but I'll deal with it. Like, I don't know. I don't think I have a favorite stitch. I really like there's this really intricate cable. It's like a bunch of triple crochets and double crochets, but you can make a cable look on a hat.
Mhm.
That's my favorite finished like look to one, but it's kind of a pain in the butt to make. And
It is.
I love making it, but it takes a long time. And I have to be in the mood to make it because it's a slow process. But
It really is.
like, in theory, that's probably my favorite.
Cables like are not my favorite things at all.
I love the finished look of them, so I'm willing to like do it sometimes. But I have to be in the mood.
Strawberry says, Grayman, I 3D model and have a 3D printer if that's what you mean. Yes. Yeah, the 3D printed things go nuts at craft shows.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a friend who probably they have over 10 3D printers at this point that they are just constantly running. Like, they're always finding, the newest, the coolest, the most realistic designs to make things. And they, it can be yay. It can be some really cool things for really not a lot of money put into it. Like the machines themselves can be pricey. The materials that you use to make the things are relatively cheap from my understanding. And then the biggest thing is like if you're taking it to a craft show, an event that is supposed to be a handmade event, you really do need to go above and beyond to not essentially just push print on a 3D printer and let it go. Like you need to add those finishing touches. You need to add painted detailing. You need to make sure that you're sanding it down so that there aren't burrs and stuff. Like, take the extra time to glue things together when they need to be. Do what you can to add those handmade finishing touches, because it can really rub the crafting community, especially, the wrong way if you get into an event that is for handmade only and you're not really doing a whole lot of handmade if you're simply just pushing print and letting it print. I know that it's not that simple, but just take the effort to put more into it, is what I'm saying. It makes it more you, it shows more of your personality anyways, and it actually does better for you in the long run. Oh, Alyssa says she got lazy. What happened? Bama boy, there is no such thing as a 3D printer for crocheting. So, thank goodness for that. My favorite thing to use as a stitch marker is a stitch marker. I make my own stitch markers and I buy them from other people. So,
Yarn. That's mine. Stray yarn. In a color that I'm not using. That's my favorite stitch markers. Because I lose the pretty ones. So why put in the effort to buy them and adore them and then lose them if I can just cut a piece of yarn or use a tail?
see, I don't know, I'm really good with my crochet stuff. Yes, it's a little frog. That's so cute. Oh, I almost just dropped that in my coffee. um, so these are literally hanging on my desk. But in my yarn bag, I literally have um well, somewhere else because I was doing something else. Okay, normally in my little book bag here, I have 2 stitch markers just in here. So that way, if I need one, I have one. Um, but I use it, and then when I'm done with it, I put it right back in there. So I can't lose it. It's either attached to my work or it's in the hook bag.
Yeah, I'm not that good with my stuff, so yarn.
I'm only that way with certain things.
I mean, I tried to make stitch markers. I have a couple right here, but I don't know. I got really overwhelmed with the idea of all the pieces. And it just hold on, I'm trying to get them. But they're on this basket. So these were my attempts at stitch markers, but we used earring things. Cheap ones at that. And so here's Pikachu and Squirtle that I made. But I don't use them.
Aw, they're cute.
He's holding a heart. I know it's hard to see. My camera's being weird. But
Those are cute.
I don't use them. Thanks.
My neck is stiff.
Wow, that's a lot of inventory. Good job.
Right? But also, that's a very low average.
I was gonna say that's a lot of items.
That would mean that your average item is $5.75, which means that you have items marked far below that and items higher than that, unless everything is right around that price. And if that's the case, girl, you and I need to hop on a video chat and I need to walk you through on how to price your stuff. Because your average should be higher. Yeah, a few items that are $5 is not bad, but like your average is $5. Like, It's so cute. I like that.
These are 10. I'm trying to show her like
Oh. Uh,
size
okay.
wise. These are 10. Thanks to Cat. That cat.
Alyssa has 200 bookmarks that are $2. What do your bookmarks look like? What's happening? I don't even know. Like, for reference, 374 divided by 37. My average item my average cost right now of plushie in my current inventory, plushies only. This does not include stitch markers, any of that. Is $17.
So average, well, my average square sale 2 weeks ago was $26 ish.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. And I think I only did like 38 sales in Square. How many you did, Kat? But
I don't know. Nor can I look right now.
yes. Sorry.
That's all right. If I wasn't like on my cell phone,
I know. I understand why. Did I make these ears too big? I might have made them too big.
it's fine. It's just a different cat.
It's a really big batty ear cat, which isn't terrible, I guess.
Not everybody here yarns. You know, some people just hang out, like Bama Boy, for instance. You know, he does not mess with the yarn, but he likes to hang out with us. Good night, Lion. Sweet dreams to you too. I really hate my mouth sometimes.
Hmm.
I made sure to like brush my teeth before hopping on. Because I know that my lighting is kind of weird sometimes. And Rowan is literally sleeping over there. So I'm forced to use this light beside me, which is a very, very warm light. And I noticed in one of my videos not too long ago that it made my teeth look extremely yellow.
Oh no.
Like freaking almost fluorescent orange yellow.
Oh no.
I'm like, you son of a bitch, why must you betray me like this?
Right?
So I made sure, like, brushing my teeth right before coming on. Which is all fine and good, except that my gums hate me. So now my whole mouth, not my teeth, but like my gums, the entire ridge is raw and inflamed and in pain.
That sucks.
It's
Your teeth
very
look white.
aggravating. Huh?
Your teeth look white though.
Thank you. They look clean. They are clean. It doesn't help with coffee. Coffee definitely does not help.
Yeah, I agree. Same.
Strawberry says, I mean, some cats have really large anything, really. My one cat had huge paws, deadly whappers, man. They're cute.
If I were to put them in a little bit, you'd see how big they are.
I
they're
like
big.
them. Maybe it's a Maine Coon. Maine Coon.
Maybe. It could be.
Gray Man says, how many hours do you crochet a day? So generally, I'll start crocheting probably around 7 or 8 p.m. And then I will keep going until like 2 in the morning. So 6 hours a day on average.
I don't get to crochet as much with the baby, so I will try to crochet during a nap, but I also have to like balance all the other stuff. So um it's kind of unknown for me right now. I was happy Kat invited me so I could be like, "Hey daddy, I'm gonna crochet with Kat until 11." So I get like 3 hours of this.
It's uninterrupted crochet time.
Yeah, and adult time that's not like an adult. It's a real adult.
Right? Oh, I understand that struggle. That was absolutely one of the hardest things about being a new mom or new again mom or whatever is just like there's no adult time.
Yeah.
Like I need adult level interaction in my brain.
Hmm.
Yes. So are if we I've been crocheting for 21 years at this point. And if I don't crochet for long periods of time, my hands hurt. Whitney needs peanut butter. But fears if I buy more, I'm gonna lose her hyperfixation. Mm, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Today is a wash day. I need to wash my hair. I have it clipped up and it just feels heavy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Last night my brain was deceiving me. I was like sitting here a little bit, being able to crochet a little bit by myself, and my brain was like, I miss my baby. As if I hadn't had him all day long. Like,
Right.
what's wrong with you, brain? Why are you doing this to me? He's fine. He's in
Because mom brains are rude
hardwired,
and liars.
hardwired to find the baby and make sure he's okay, even if he's completely happy with dad. In fact, I haven't heard him cry. He's probably asleep at this point.
Right. So you can miss him from another room. It's fine. Not like you're not at home.
Right? I didn't even leave my house, and my brain's like, I miss my baby.
It's one of those things for real when like they're acting like little shitheads all day long. All day. They're like, oh, I cannot wait for you to go to sleep. And then they go to sleep. And they look like that. And it's like, oh, you're so cute. I almost want to wake you up, snuggle you. Which is the worst mistake a person can make.
Right?
Don't do that.
Don't wake up the baby or the kid. Let them
Don't
sleep.
ever wake the child.
They need the sleep.
Like, he came home from school today and he instantly was acting like a little terror. So I made him go upstairs and take a nap.
I don't think I would be able to get my kid to nap. She would just scream.
Well, I make him go to his room. Like, you have to go and lay down in your bed. And clearly he's tired. That's why.
Yeah.
acting like this. So he just happens to fall asleep. He does not choose the nap chooses him.
Yes.
Strawberry learned to crochet in a day. Please, dude, make us all look bad.
Yeah.
Kidding.
Every 3 months.
The bad kitty. She's in my room. Surprised she's jumping up on the bed, not over here on the back of my chair, to eat my hair again.
Oh.
Two.
You make love kitties in non-natural colors.
What?
You said that you are very picky about like which animals you can do in like not natural colors. You do love kitties in rainbow colors.
Have you noticed that I only do that one particular color though?
Yeah. But
Like
it's still not color.
I could just as easily make loaf cats in solid pink, blue, green, all the colors. But I can't. I had to, when I did my strawberry festival market prep, I had to force myself to make animals in strawberry theme.
Aw. I liked them. They were super cute.
They were cute, but it was like it went against everything to do it. They sold. It all sold. But like, ugh. I don't know. I'm just a very strange person. Like some of these freaking variegated yarns I've had forever.
Yeah, I've been using these just to get them through the system. Because I don't really use it. I should. It's cute, but I just don't. So now
I use them for cats. That's what I use that color for.
what I'm doing.
Good night, Gray Man.
Thanks.
Strawberry said, my dad bought me a pack of hooks and yarn when I was super sick at 16. He thought I looked depressed and needed something to do. Well, and clearly you did, because you learned to do it in a day. You needed it, or you wouldn't have done it. Fantasy cats are a thing. I do know this. My brain is just very rigid with certain things. I don't know. I've always like made excuses for it and like, oh no, like I just get told by everybody like you're very particular or like you're kind of weird and it's like okay, yeah, I'm particular and I'm weird. And then it starts making sense. It's like, oh, this qualifies as rigid play, doesn't it?
Yeah. I remember like trying to express myself to the like psychiatrist though, and I couldn't find examples. I had the hardest time giving them any examples, and I don't know if it was like the criteria specifically or what, but like even for Amethyst, like I couldn't give them an example of rigid thinking or repetitive movement or anything. And I'm like, I get home and I'm like this. Good God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It took me having to like witness it in Archer in an out of the box way in order for me to start seeing it on myself. Like,
Yeah.
yes, we're absolutely a neurospicy group.
Yeah. It's okay. That makes me feel safe.
Yeah. Sarah says my brain goes blank whenever I need a specific example for literally anything, Molly. I feel you. Correct. It is. It is the worst in freaking arguments because you know in your brain, you know that what I'm saying is the truth. It is fact. But can I cite a single place where I have found that fact before? No. No, I cannot. Can I back up what I'm saying at all? No.
Or bullies in school. Another one that was really hard for me is I couldn't come up with a single comeback in the moment. I just immediately felt all the feelings that they were like trying to get out of me. Yeah, so like it just I didn't have comebacks. And then my mom would try to like train me on things to say. Well, if they said it this way, well, it would never come out the exact same way for that comment because like so it wouldn't apply, or at least in my rigid thinking mind.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yep, neurospicy.
Yeah. Sierra says, I know there's 100 examples. Can I find one of them between tears? Absolutely not.
Between tears. Yeah, between tears. Yep. Mhm.
Strawberry says, I have my suspicions for myself, but yeah. Well, and the super great thing is, we can self-diagnose and all of that, but anybody who's been through any kind of trauma in their life gets overlooked because you don't have these neurospicy behaviors. You have PTSD. You're depressed. You are chronically depressed. But I'm definitely not depressed though. I'm like, no. Um, do I have issues with maybe timeliness? Yes. Why are you not asleep?
Because I was doing the whole thing. And I was about to come up here and tell you that I couldn't. And then I got a giant splinter that I already took out, but it's bleeding. A lot.
Ouch.
Right
It's not
here.
bleeding anymore. Go lay down. You're definitely. It's not bleeding anymore. It's not bleeding anymore.
I just need a little.
No.
I'll get it myself. I'm not going to.
Then why are you up here?
Because I was told Grandma he told me to come back down there and wash my foot.
Well, you need to go lay down and go to sleep because if you give us trouble in the morning, you're not playing video games tomorrow at all.
Hey, lads. I think that person is being a little bit offensive in Spanish.
Hey, what are you calling me Four Eyes for?
Yeah.
I understand a little bit.
Yeah, not a ton, but a little bit.
What does that first word mean?
I don't know.
It says listen. Listen, fries. Or hey. Either way, it's rude. Thank you, Maria. Are you okay? Good night, Kylie. But yeah, long story short, do a lot of symptoms between trauma and neurospicy behavior overlap? Yes, but that does not mean that it has to completely diminish one or the other. It means open your freaking eyes and ask if you had these issues before you suffered the trauma. And actually get to the bottom of it of are you still actively suffering from the trauma? Because just because you went through stuff in the past does not mean that you're still actively suffering from it.
Yep.
Like, no, I'm just incredibly forgetful.
Also, with
Or,
like, there's no medication for it. So like, just doing the things that is recommended by other autistics on YouTube actually helps. Like giving yourself more grace when you're having an emotional meltdown instead of, why can't I do this? Why can't I ask this? Why can't I call them and be like, hey, can you change this back? Or why do I even need this changed back? This doctor's appointment. Like, why?
mhm,
Understanding that that's probably why. And like giving yourself a second to like feel it and then move on. So they don't
yeah,
have to tell me that I'm autistic. I can feel it.
right. Yeah. It's like, here's my thing. Instead of sitting us down and taking us through this giant freaking questionnaire with a million questions that really don't apply to everyday life, why not just, instead of sitting down for a 2-hour freaking test, how about sit down with that person and have a conversation with them for 2 hours? Have a checklist as the therapist or whatever of conversations that, you are in charge of the conversation, that you need to target those points of conversation and just see how we get there. I know that the 2-hour test is part of the test, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work if you've been through trauma. Like, part of my trauma, essentially, I had to be perfect or I was at risk of getting my ass kicked. I had to be perfect at test taking, at sitting still, at giving the right answers, at thinking outside of the box, from my very military parent. Or someone in my family might be incredibly injured. So thanks, Nick. No, I've come to the conclusion that I'm allowed to not be perfect. I've done a lot over this last year to unmask. So a lot of those symptoms of, the ADHD, the neurospicy, whatever you want to call it, um, are really coming to a head in the last year, and it's mostly because I'm doing a lot of personal work to allow myself to not be perfect. Like, and that's the thing is I went through the test, but I'm a very rigid thinker. So when the questions are asking, do you deal with this and this? But you only deal with one of those things and not the other at all. There is no correct answer because there isn't a circle one or the other. It's, do you deal with both of these things on a level from 0 to 5? It's like, well, one of these things I deal with 0, not at all. And the other of these things I deal with at a level 5. So what do I do? What do I circle here? Like, so the way that my answers come out because of my rigid thinking, especially, and the hyper fixation of I need to sit still, I need to stay on task, I need to stay extremely focused. But also, I didn't know that that was going to be a 2-hour appointment, and they didn't tell me. So when I get in there and I caused my husband to be an hour late for work because they did not tell you ahead of time, like, I was very much like, okay, we need to get this done and over with. very quickly, in a hurry. Let's get through it as quickly as possible because he's going to be late to work. Like, I made sure I dressed comfortably. I took my coat off. I put my phone off to the other side of the room. Like, I did everything I needed to be able to focus 100% on the test. And the way that my answers came out showed they're trying to tell me that I have extreme depression, but I know what depression feels like. I have suffered from extreme depression in high school, and I don't suffer from depression now. And it really frustrates me because they have somebody administer the test to you who is literally just a test administrator. They are not a doctor. They are not a therapist. They are not anything except for the administrator of the test. So they also can't infer anything. They can only take what they see and what they're told and what you circle in the answers.
I had an online test. I didn't even do it in person. I think I paid like $150 and I did an online test. And um a doctor apparently like looked it over and you had like a space to type out things though. So these questions that had like did not feel like a yes or no or 1 through 5 scale, um at least in some spaces you had the chance to be like write it all out. And I'm better at expressing myself via written or typed than I am in person and
Yeah.
verbally. And like I laid it out. And I read the response from the doctor, this random doctor in Cleveland, I think. And they were like, "Yeah, I think she has ADHD, but I think she should also have a full like psych eval." It's like, oh great. That feels great. Well, that feels uh-oh. No, it was funny. And then I printed out the damn like 30-page thing and handed it to my doctor who was like, "I don't think you have ADHD. I have patients that do have ADHD." And I was like, "Can we try this again?" And
Yeah.
then she did what I needed. So
Well, and I'm sorry. For the test to say, like, yep, she's got ADHD, but she also needs to be further evaluated. That's
yeah, because she was
insinuating. That's insinuating they also see the autism.
yeah. She
And
was
the
like,
doctor's like,
it's beyond the scope of this test. I was like,
it's okay, Bama. You don't have to understand it. We're just I'm very much venting at the moment. I'm off on a tangent. I'm very sorry. I am crocheting sometimes. But
"Crochet."
it's it's very difficult. Like, I'm really frustrated with the fact that because I've been through trauma in my life means that I can't get a diagnosis for ADHD or anything along those lines because my PTSD that I suffered with previously overlaps everything else. Like, I'm not allowed to have anxiety because of ADHD because I've been through trauma. I'm not allowed to be extremely forgetful because of ADHD because I've been through trauma. Um, I'm not allowed to have issues with personal hygiene because I've been through trauma. Um, like, and it's really frustrating and it's really stupid because the whole thing, I can't help ADHD. It's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Um, it is essentially a disorder in your brain where you don't produce enough of certain chemicals. Just different chemicals in your brain that help you be able to process and handle things like the typical person does. It's a bunch of misfiring in your brain, basically. Sometimes it opens you up to be able to think in a very out of the box kind of way. Um, but sometimes it's also very, very
Debilitating.
debilitating. And that's what frustrates me so much, is that I never realized how debilitating it all was until I had kids. And trying to, like, it's really hard for me to keep, like, a mainstream job. It's really hard for me to socialize with certain types of people. Really hard for me to remember to take my damn medicine. Like,
Oh my god.
like
I'm like, yep. Oh my god.
yeah, like,
Mhm.
it's just so frustrating. I click all the boxes, but because I've been through trauma, I can't get diagnosed. And all what I would really, really, really love to have the opportunity to try medication for ADHD, and
You
I
might have
can't.
to look at the test.
Huh?
You might have to look up the online test.
I
My
have to do something.
psychiatrist was the one who was like, because she was like, I don't think you have ADHD. I see the anxiety. Yeah, the anxiety is really obvious, and that can overlap ADHD. But like, I've been on medication for the anxiety slash depression for all my life, and it's not helping. Help. And then she was like, yeah, just here, you can go take this test, and like maybe take the online thing, because there was no pressure from like physical people, and it did like it was kind of obvious. Like,
I'm gonna have to find something, because, like, I was led to believe that the best way to go about it was to go and take the test, in person with a diagnostic person, and then to get there and, like, there's no doctor at all. It's literally like sitting down with a written test. I didn't struggle in high school. I got A's unless I was bored, which was my senior year. Like, I almost failed gym class because I didn't want to be there. I skipped.
I
Like,
almost failed gym class because I kept forgetting my shorts.
oh, see, if I forgot my shorts, it's because I forgot my shorts.
No, I literally forgot my shorts on a multiple day of the week basis. I actually almost failed gym because I couldn't participate because I didn't have a change of clothes. Not because I didn't have them at the house, but because I forgot to bring them.
Mm.
Because executive function.
Yeah. Yes. See, and that's the other thing that gets me. Because of the fact that I have some form of background, I understand medical lingo because working in the medical field, right? And that's one of my personal, like, hyperfixations is medical diagnosis. So I know a lot of the lingo. The fact that my brother has been diagnosed with ADHD since he was 4 years old, or along with many of my uncles, many of them. Um, so I know the terms for things. And because I know the actual terms of things, it flags me as being somebody who's, answering all the right questions in order to get a medication. Because I know the word executive dysfunction.
So one thing I did was I participated quietly when they tried to give me the non-stimulant version of a medication that will help, even though stimulants are literally the thing that's supposed to help. The what like they're like, let's try Wellbutrin first. Now, to be fair, it did help a little bit, but it didn't do what a stimulant does.
No, it's not the
It helped.
same.
So they ended up giving me both, but I participated in the whole. If you think this would help better, fine, let's try that. To
Hmm.
not like, because I was like really afraid that they were gonna think that I wanted to, like I was after the medication, which I kind of was, but for the treatment that it was for.
Right. Right. That's exactly it.
Sorry if this is boring, guys. This is just like a nice vent session, honestly. Feels
Mhm.
nice.
It really is. Uh, hello to India. Sierra says, I highly recommend switching doctors or therapy. I'll get into that in a second. I don't know who made you feel that way, but that definitely is not the case. Most people have both diagnoses. This I do know that, from the outside, but so doctors that I've seen, realistically, I didn't see too many doctors before having my children. I graduated high school, 10 years goes by, you don't think about it. Who needs a doctor when you're not sick? Um, so then I had kids, and then after having the kids is realistically when my brain is like, holy shit, I cannot function. I'm short circuiting really bad. I tried therapy, and I went in and I found the therapist with literally going into it of, I have been through this type of abuse, this type of abuse, this type of abuse. I have a family history of this, this, and ADHD and autism. That I would like to find somebody that I can talk to who can talk me through my abandonment issues, who can talk me through my self worth issues, who can talk me through my um, anxiety issues, somebody who has a history in um, SA trauma and PTSD to do with that, and somebody who has a history in ADHD. I don't want to talk to anybody unless I can talk to somebody who has knowledge and a specialty in the trifecta, because I know how it affects people. And I call in and I start talking to the therapist, and the therapist says, "Yep, I check all those boxes. I am your person." And then after 6 months, the therapist says, "Well, your insurance is giving us issues, so I'm going to have to drop you," which did great things for my abandonment issues. Um, on top of that, I go in and I'm like, okay, well, I was seeing this person for 6 months. At what point was the topic of ADHD addressed or evaluated? Because I would like that whoever she passes me along to, that gets passed along as well. I'm like, well, I don't know what impression you were under, but she's not capable of diagnosing you with ADHD. Like, then why the hell was I talking to her to begin with? Because that was the whole point. It was literally the whole point.
Right?
So, the lady that they passed me over to, super nice lady, made me feel great. However, I spoke to her for the first time, and she tells me I have to, it's going to be probably a month and a half, 2 months before I'm able to see you again. I'm having brain surgery. Okay. So then, we talk after that, and we saw each other, I don't know, 3 weeks or so. And she says, I'm really sorry, but it's going to be another, probably 2 months before we can schedule again. While they did my brain surgery, they found more things that I have to have more brain surgery for. So I'll be in recovery. Like, oh, okay. So we're talking, and, she's gone for 2 months. And then she comes back, and it's like right before Christmas. And she's like, it's been really nice getting to know you, but unfortunately, I'm leaving the practice. Um, and she admitted, like, I had asked her, I was like, I hope it's not overstepping by asking, but is everything okay? Like, I know you've had a lot of health issues. She's like it's partly to do with that, but realistically, at the end of the day, the practice has not met me where I needed to be met. with my medical issues. Like, so it's just time for me to leave. I'm like, okay, great. Do you know where you're going to? I would like to follow you there. She's like, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to share that information with you. So, abandonment issues triggered again. And not really enough time talking to her to be able to do anything at all about the ADHD. I did bring that up with my primary doctor, and she was completely dismissive of anything that I felt like I was dealing with. But it was, again, I went about 10 years without seeing a doctor. So we were playing catch up. Every time I would go in there, I'd bring up, something else that I'd been dealing with because I didn't want to say everything all at once when I went in because I didn't want to seem crazy. But then you go in every time and you tell the things that you're dealing with, like you spread it out, and then you seem like a hypochondriac because you have something new going on every time you go in.
I was gonna say sometimes just letting it all out is what they need.
Yep. So essentially, I'm pretty sure I was labeled as a hypochondriac. And yeah, good times, good times. Same thing though. She would absolutely not, um, would not even entertain the idea of ADHD or medicine. And when I mentioned it to her, she gave me anxiety medicine to help take the edge off. She's like, and sometimes it will help some of those, ADHD symptoms that you might be dealing with as well. I'm like, okay, but I mean, not well enough. Thanks. I mean, it's taking the edge off. I don't feel like I want to murder people because I'm so overstimulated and frustrated. But cool. Thanks. Thanks for helping a little bit. And then here's the really great part. She moved to Canada. So abandonment issue triggered again. So they passed me on over to this very old man doctor in the office, who thinks they did tell me ahead of time that, we can go ahead and transfer you to this guy for now, but like don't get attached because he's going to be retiring in the next 2 years. I'm like, okay, fair. So then we go in and I talk to him and I'm telling him some of the things that I'm going through. And he's reading things to me off of my chart. I'm like, I don't know why that's in my chart because that is a lie. That is not something that I'm diagnosed with. That is not on my medical record. I don't know where that's coming from. Hello?
Did we lose?
Does your screen say 0 minutes at the top now?
Yeah.
Yep. Mine does that periodically, but this time it was your phone.
Fun.
So this guy, like, he doesn't know anything about me, right? And I try to tell him, like, the last time I was in here, we were talking about, I was talking with the PA about the potential for asthma because I constantly have this, like, super phlegmy reaction, especially during sick season, allergy season. Um, and, like, when I get sick, I'm sick for freaking months. And I'll be fine, and then all of a sudden I'm not fine. And so we tried an inhaler, and literally since taking the inhaler and using it, as you're supposed to, I have not been sick. Like, and it's working. Like, I still have the reactions every once in a while, but the inhaler helps instantly. Like, so we were exploring the idea of allergy-induced asthma, and he's like, I don't feel comfortable diagnosing you with asthma, but I can diagnose you with reactive airway disease, which is asthma, except temporary. Because it's not chronic, but it can last up to 2 years. But I've been dealing with this for like the last 5 to 10 years. Well, a doctor wouldn't know that because I haven't seen a doctor.
It smells okay.
So it's so frustrating. the whole process is so frustrating. So it's, you go 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. It's
Just makes it
annoying.
sometimes it separates a little. It's okay. It's fine. Sorry, yogurt sniffing test because it.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I thought you stopped because my kid was. I was talking to Amethyst, but we were just sniffing yogurt to make sure it was okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
that just sounds funny.
And then I stopped everything to tell you that because I thought you stopped for me, and then I.
No. I was getting ready to read some of the comments. See, in what? Oh, yes. I'm gonna circle to that eventually. But and I don't okay, if anybody hasn't noticed, has anybody picked up on this conversation too? Have I breathed much in the last 10 minutes? Have I allowed anybody else to have parts of the conversation? Unintentionally, no. But like, it's like, is this not another symptom? All it would take is a 1-hour conversation with me. 1 hour. That's it. One conversation with me to look at me and be like, dude, you are ADHD as fuck. Like, straight up. The inhaler that I got put on, it is the sulfate nebulizer type inhaler. I don't know. It's a rescue inhaler is what it's called. Um, okay, I will stop venting for a moment and take a breath. Strawberry, you are so right. It is definitely because we have food. Straight up. And in other news, one skein of Big Twist Petite gives 5 Granny Stitch squares. Nice, very nice. You know what? I don't usually get hives and rashes or dry skin. But I have lots of friends who do, along with all the other stuff that I deal with. And a lot of the times it's coming back to connective tissue diseases or disorders and mast cell activation syndrome. So that's fun. So far, I'm glad that it's not like that. But yes, my issues are definitely more in the throat and less in the chest. Oh, Alyssa, that really sucks. She lost all motivation to finish whips and then realized that there are 21 left. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Cozy. Like, I do deal with seasonal allergies really bad. And out of the initial test of 25 things, I'm allergic to 20 of them. Oh, exactly. Exactly, Strawberry. You don't have asthma, you just have the flu. Yeah. They just ignore you. They look at you and talk to you like you're freaking stupid. Like you can't possibly know anything. Thank you. I got my glasses on Zenny. And it was really funny because when I put them on the first time, my 8-year-old, he's like, Mom, they messed up your glasses. Like, the glass doesn't go all the way to the frame, there's a hole in them. I'm like, no, dude, they're made that way. I feel like technically that's what this inhaler is. Why is my question? What's up with the powder inhalers? Strawberry said every day I put on sweatpants and shirt under my school uniform so that I knew I had them with me because I had an issue remembering gym clothing as well. See, we had lockers in our gym class. So, like, I just never took my gym clothes home until I brought new stuff. If I remembered to bring new ones, then and only then would I take them home. So, unfortunately, sometimes my gym clothes were like dirty, nasty because I kept forgetting to bring new ones. But at least I had some. Okay. Sierra says finding a good therapist is definitely a lot of trial and error. I'm sorry you had a crappy time. I hope you don't give up. I haven't bothered with it in the last probably year and a half, but I'm at a point where I may start looking into it again. I realistically over the last year and a half, I haven't needed a therapist as much. Because I, found a really great group of friends, Molly being one of them, most of the people that I go live with actually, that make life a lot more bearable. They
You make it more bearable too.
eh, they don't necessarily help me with the ADHD symptoms, but they at least make me feel less crazy for dealing with it.
We feel it though. We feel.
Yeah, you understand. Um, Cozy earlier said I had a lot of trouble with therapy. I did it for 23 years and only learned a few coping techniques, but never healed. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the healing process happens outside of the office, anyways.
My kid has a therapy session tomorrow with her first real therapist, not the bridge kids to talk to, because I'm only going to see them for 4 sessions anyway.
Well, I sure hope that makes a difference. Fingers crossed. Cozy said they decided to go to God and that helped them. If something ain't working, don't stop looking. Your healing is out there. I mean, I'm not a religious person. I'm glad that religion helped you. It helps a lot of people. It's just not something that I personally can believe in. And realistically, it's a lot of my trauma has affected my belief there.
You going to bed?
Um, but I, the tangible things are the friendships, the relationships that I build, you know, family, friends, what I can do for myself. So I've done a lot of healing over the years, and I have no issues at all talking about what I've been through, or my beliefs and stuff like that. Talking it out has helped me significantly, and it helps me more knowing how many people have come to me after the fact and said how my talking about my issues has helped them. So it helps me help them in a way. Cozy says, I feel like a lot of therapists, they don't stay long. Yeah. It feels like there's a lot of them that are not in it for the right reason. Like they're just there for a check. And they definitely seem to rotate every 6 months or so. Like, I'm sorry, I have trust issues. You're lucky if I let you in before 6 months. Cozy said I had the same issue where I was finally getting comfortable with people and then they would leave. Sierra says multiple therapists can often be a huge help. Very rare that you'll ever find a single therapist that can help and understand your entire existence, unfortunately. I know. And logically, that makes sense. I don't necessarily see my insurance paying for multiple insurance or therapists. For one, for two, I would feel a little like robbing Peter to pay Paul, in the sense of I'm affected by multiple different things. So without talking to, like, okay, I'm going to talk to Peter about this issue, but this issue is realistically compounded with this other thing. So I need to talk to Peter and Paul about the same thing, and that just feels like a waste of time, which time issues and prioritizing things based on the amount of time that you have to put into them is also a symptom of ADHD. Prioritizing what you want to do for fun or needing personal quiet time over, necessities like sleep, for instance, is a symptom.
I'm just crocheting.
Molly's like, same, 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 same. This is why Molly and I are friends.
We trauma bonded long ago.
Yep.
Like,
Trauma bonding is my favorite way to get to know people. Who needs all the small talk and the bull crap, Uh, Cozy said, I honestly find that I can't even get a therapist because of the level of the PTSD that I have. It would make it really hard.
and realistically, as a mom and a business owner and a wife, like, do you have time to see multiple therapists? Like, are we talking weekly? Are we talking every other week? Like, that
Right.
feels like a lot.
Right. Like I would have to see a different person every week and then repeat once a month. And then is that even worth it?
No, I hated that when I was pregnant. Like, that's what they would do with my OBs, my OB doctors. I would have a different one each week or each, and I'm like, do you even know what I talked to you or talked to the last one about? Like,
Yeah,
that
I'm
was
sorry.
pregnancy stuff.
If you have to look in the chart to know what was talked about last time, if you have to look at the chart to know my name,
Yeah,
I don't necessarily want to talk to you.
yeah. Amethyst, go to bed, honey.
Thank you, Bama boy. I don't feel like a hypochondriac. I just feel very in tune with my body. Yes, Cozy. The same reason veterans don't get help is because they don't have people who can understand. And you're right. Women definitely get gaslit medically and, other things too. Time and time again, we have seen this in my family that women are gaslit completely. My mom has had procedures that my dad has had, and they would not give her meds. Isn't that such bullshit? So many kitties.
I like the black and white and gray yarn better because it makes very unique kitties. These kind of all look the same. And they're
Yeah.
not exactly the same, but they kind of look the same.
Hi, Adriana. We're doing good. We're definitely having a bit of a vent session on the way that females are treated in the medical field. It's great. It's a whole conversation.
I'm gonna do one more in this color, and then I think I'm gonna go back to the black and gray and black. Or maybe I'll do a couple pretty colored ones, like the pastel kitty.
You could also do like a couple orange ones a couple black
I
ones.
have a bunch of orange ones actually because I
Okay.
took the marbly one, the
Mystical.
mystical, and made a bunch of orange kitties.
Cozy said my sister and her boyfriend were in the exact same car crash with very similar injuries, and they prescribed medicine to him, but not to her, and it was the same doctor for pain. It is so annoying. Can definitely be diagnosed spitefully. And I think that that's kind of what happened with the thing that was in my chart. I don't even remember what it was now, but I think that that's absolutely what happened. Is my, like, I essentially kept telling, okay, so here was one of the things. I wanted a referral to a geneticist to get tested for a connective tissue disorder because I have hyperflexible hips to the point that in my hips and my tailbone managed to separate just enough during my pregnancy with my youngest that I was at a point where I was almost unable to walk. Like I could not stand on one leg to lift my other leg up to put my pants on because I was having such an issue. And the physical therapist is blaming it on this, that, and the other. And you just have bad posture and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, cool. Ultimately, I had kind of a subluxation, whatever, like dislocation in my tailbone, which was causing a pinching and rubbing in the sciatic nerve, but not where sciatica affects you. It was inside, like the hip socket, kind of. So your piriformis muscle, which goes literally, it weaves in and out of your hip socket where your femur connects. And if you pinch it in the right way, the muscle will swell and the muscle will pinch the sciatic nerve. So it's a very similar feeling to sciatic pain, but literally super, super deep in your butt cheek. It's annoying, really frustrating.
Mandy, I'm gonna put the link to the pattern in Discord, okay?
It was absolutely painful and very annoying because nobody would listen to me. I knew where it was, I knew what it felt like, I knew what it didn't feel like, and they wouldn't listen to me. The medical professionals would not hear what I was saying. So I spent 6 months in physical therapy, trying to do all these different things, and it never touched the reason that I was in there. I did a Google search of my symptoms and found piriformis syndrome, and it's like, that matches everything perfectly. It gave me 4 exercises to try, and within 1 week, all of my pain went away forever.
It's crazy that they
So
can't even like listen to us as women.
it's so irritating. Like, just freaking listen. Just listen. That's all that they need to do, is just open their damn ears.
I get it.
What happened? Sorry, my chat jumped. Yeah, and that's okay. I finally come to diagnosed with mental retardation because I had C. diff and my doctor thought it was constipation. Spitefully put mental retardation, which is not even the term for it today.
That's awful.
I really, really hope that you filed a complaint with the medical board over that. And then she said, I passed out 15 minutes later after going to the doctor, and they had to send an EMT to the doctor's office because the doctor was not picking up that my white blood cell count was more than bad. She got yelled at, so she diagnosed me with something spitefully. That's so frustrating. Cozy says, I think you could have a mild version of what a lot of women are dealing with that doctors can't figure out. Possible. I can say that I did not get the jab. We'll put it that way. So it's definitely not a post-jab injury. And I don't get like the flu jabs either. Just every time I get them, I get sick. If I don't get them, I don't get sick. So I don't know. I think a lot of my stuff just comes down to like my family as a whole has really bad genetics. Like everybody gets freaking cancer. Everybody's got lung issues. Everybody's double jointed. Everybody has degenerative backs, bad knees, mental illness. Everybody's got everything. Everything. That's so frustrating, Cozy. I know I have a friend, she's not here in the chat right now, who is dealing with a lot of that. She has so many freaking allergies. It is not even funny. And they're the most random, insane allergies, and they keep popping up and getting worse and worse throughout life. And it's like, dude, you need to find a doctor who will test you for this, because I would guarantee that it's going to be the storm of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, mast cell activation, and POTS. It is the storm. And a lot of women are getting diagnosed with it. A lot of them are post-jab injuries, along with genetic injuries. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm 32. Like, I complain all the time. Like, realistically, one of the reasons that I don't hold like a normal regular job is I've been a CNA since I graduated high school. And in high school, I was in marching band since 7th grade all the way on up, and was in cheer for like 3 or 4 years. And my body is in a lot of pain because of all of it. My back hurts a lot, my hips hurt a lot, my tailbone, my knees, my ankles, like all of it. So I'm just in a lot of pain most days. And it feels like arthritis, but x-rays don't show arthritis. And the pain that I deal with, I shouldn't have to deal with at 32. But what can you do about it? Strawberry said, I'm kind of just realizing how many squares I'll probably need. Dang, that's a lot of darning. Gross. Flip stitch them together, Strawberry. Mandy, I know, we relate, right? Pain sucks. And it's like everyday life. And the most annoying thing in the world is I've literally been talking to medical professionals since I was 18 years old about the pain that I deal with. And I go in there and the doctors literally, and okay, and it's not even just doctors, it's also just adults in general, right? Any adult that is older than me who looks at me and says, "You're too young to deal with that. You're too young to have this." Like, shut up. Just shut up. My age has nothing to do with how my body feels right now. Like, oh my gosh. Yes, they blame it on anxiety. They blame it on hypochondria, like all kinds of things. Um, yes, time is a big factor in healing for sure. With like the mental, like the traumas and stuff that I've been through. I mean, I've been dealing with them. I am 32 and the trauma started around 7. One of them I know I was 7, and the others, realistically, just very chaotic parents together. So that was a long time before that. Probably 32 years. They weren't great together. So that's a lot of time. Thank you for respecting my beliefs, also, Cozy. Sarah says, just means you would talk to both people. Definitely not a waste of time. Multiple perspectives is actually really good, especially if you've been misdiagnosed maliciously. That is very fair, Sierra. I don't even know if you're still in here. But I know one of you was going to leave at one point. I'm not really saying objectively that it would be a waste of time. I just, like, my brain tells me that it would feel like a waste of time. I know that different perspectives can definitely be helpful, though. Cozy, I have not tried a day program or a semi-hospitalized program. The therapists in a day program or semi-hospitalization program tend to be more of the lead therapists because the patients need a little more help, and those therapists do stay longer, sometimes even. Interesting. Even 20 years. However, getting their undivided attention can be hard. Yeah, that would be hard. I don't know if I'd be able to do that, though.
Yeah, because like it's like one of those things where you let yourself in, but you can't get out without like.
You typically can sign yourself out if you sign yourself in. However, I would not be allowed to bring my yarn and hook, which would create a very serious level of anxiety.
And then they'd say, "Oh, you're just really anxious." I'm like, "Well, if I had my yarn, I wouldn't be so anxious." Yeah.
Yeah. I need my emotional support yarn, people. Let me have it.
Yeah.
Just somebody just bring me a crochet hook and let me hold it. Like, it'll make me feel better. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Juvie doesn't let you have crochet hooks either. Yeah, I learned that.
No, they can be used as a weapon. And so can string. They don't like to let you have shoestrings.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wish it would quit doing that.
All right. I have 5 of these little brown and white kitties. Their shells done. Their outer bits
You got
done.
this.
And then I'm going to go back to black and white because my brain likes how they're different.
Yes.
It makes that better.
See, this is why when I make them, I literally will have 10 different color skeins out, and I will make one in every color. Because my brain likes to see the physical difference. And they're all different.
I got 5 done in that color. I kind of want to use up that yarn, like
Right.
forever.
Cozy, you had said, especially if you're mild-mannered, which I can tell you are, do not be deceived. I can be. 99% of the time, I can be very respectful. I can have all the manners. But then there's also those times, and Molly's witnessed this actually. Molly's probably one of the only friends in the crochet group who has witnessed. Like, do not push me past my I'm being nice point, because then I'm going to start getting real sassy and I'm going to tell you to leave me the fuck alone. Like, and this, I did not tell Molly this.
You didn't tell them to leave you the fuck alone. You didn't say fuck. But you were getting sassy with them because they were not leaving us alone at all.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That story. I don't know if you want to dig into that or not, but oh my gosh.
Yeah. Long story short, we were at a market and they say, do not start tearing down until 5 o'clock.
But also you have to be off the street by 6.
Yes. You have to be off the street by 6 o'clock or the cops and the street sweeper are going to usher you off. So, which would be fine, except that they have the road split up. So all the vendors are in the middle of the road. So there are 2 one-lane traffic lanes on either side of the road. And you can't go get your vehicle until you're mostly tore down. My vehicle was a good 20-minute walk away. Then you have to drive back and then wait in the line because, it's one way. So I have to sit in the line and wait because if somebody stops their car to load it up real quick, you can't go anywhere until that car gets loaded up and moves. So we get to a point, I think, after I'm able to go get my car, and we're finally at a point, I think we've got like 15, well, probably 20 or 30 minutes left before we need to be tore down. Yes, they gave us an hour. 1 hour.
Arresting us or anything, but they were like, you need to go. The sweepers are coming. It was really like ridiculous how much they were pestering us.
Like, when I tell you that they were coming into the booth every 3 to 5 minutes, let me help you. What can I do to help? What can I do to help? Nothing. There's a process. Please don't help. No, we don't need help. We got it. Now, mind you, at the time, Molly is 7 months pregnant. Molly doesn't know where my car is, so she can't go find the car to bring it back. She can't lift heavy things because she's pregnant. Which she had the baby the following month. Like, and I'm very much like, please don't touch. Please, nope, we're good. We got it. And every time they're coming in and asking, it's delaying the process even further, right? And if they had proper parking for vendors, it wouldn't have taken me 20 minutes to go find my car.
They wanted to choose under 40, didn't they?
Yeah, but it wasn't even like the event didn't have the parking. There was like no parking for the event, except for you could ride a shuttle to this place way far away and then come back.
Yeah.
Oh, Lexi girl. So, like, it's so freaking frustrating. It's like, please, no, we're good. I don't need help. And then they start coming in and physically grabbing shelves and pulling them off the walls. And at that point, I'm like, I'm done asking. I have asked many times for you to back up, leave us alone. We do not need help. and you are going to mess this up, basically. And then they still kept coming over every so many minutes on their walkie-talkies, and now they're starting to get a little sassy with me because I've been sassy with the previous person. And it's like, I wouldn't need to get an attitude with you guys if you would open your ears and listen when I'm telling you to please do not touch my stuff.
If they would talk to each other and be like, hey, I just pressured this lady and she's, getting on it. She's moving as fast as she can. I mean, I was also trying, but I also didn't know the way it would go into your van. I mean, it's still like something that is hard for another person to do. But yeah. If they would have been like, "Hey, I already told these guys to hurry up. I already told them, it's you don't have to go." Like it was every single person that saw us there, like in their turn came and was like, "Hey, do you need help? Do you want me to do anything?" We're like, "No, we got it. You have to get off the street." Blah 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 blah. Like over and over and over again. It was ridiculous. Like
It's
talk
like
to
we're
each
going
other.
as fast as we can. And then, we get it all like on the sidewalk, right? And I'm parked in a freaking parking spot on the side of the road at this point. The street sweeper can go around me. Like, are you serious right now? And the guy is literally like, they're trying to grab things and put them like, okay, so at one point he's grabbing things and he thought he was going to try to put it in my car. I'm like, no, that doesn't go there. And then there were times that he was grabbing things and he's like handing them to Molly to just stand there and hold. And then he's handing things to me. I'm like, nope, that doesn't go in yet. So he's handing it to me and I'm immediately putting it back on the ground because like it doesn't go in yet. Oh, thank you. It needs washed. But it it was so freaking frustrating. It's like I'm trying so hard to be nice and professional with you, and you guys are rubbing my patience to the very end. Like, it got to a point where I was so ready to tell the guy, like, listen, every time you ask me if I need help, you're slowing me down. Every time you hand me something that doesn't go in next, when I know what goes in next, you're slowing me down. Like, you keep asking, and I'm going to go ahead and you can load it yourself. And when it doesn't fit, because you didn't put it in right, because you're not letting me freaking do it without your distractions, you're going to unload it all, and I'm going to have to put it all in the right way anyways. And then we'll be here for way longer. Like, come on. Yeah, that's how it felt, Cozy. It was so mad. This is the event that if you guys were in here earlier, that I was referencing to Molly, like we did this together. It's near her, near where she lives. I'm like, you can have it. I don't want nothing to do with it. Like, you know what you're in for. And I was as nice as I could have been for the first time. And if I went back and they did it again, then I would get real, real, real sassy. I don't do well with with buttons being pushed.
Yeah, they were really, really being absurd. The level of like harassment was like, we get it. We get it. We are working on it.
Like, I can only move so fast. Like, there's a process. There's a very specific way that it has to be tore down. There's a very specific way that it has to be put together in order for it to fit in the van, or we can't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I have a freaking minivan, people. How do you, like, do you think you could get this whole pile of stuff to fit inside that tiny vehicle? Go for it. Go for it. You try. Show me how it's done. It's not like I've been doing this for the last, how long have I had the van? 3 years? 3 or 4 years, something like that. Backtracking though, I'm only so mild mannered. That's what I was getting at. Detour. But yeah. Blair, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, hi. Cozy, I agree with you. A lot of good people are good because of hardships and trauma. I don't do well with surface level people. Like, if you are very obviously one of those people who just have not been through anything, we're probably not going to connect. We're probably not going to be friends. Sierra, if you are not still here and you decide to watch the replay, good night. I'm sorry it took so long to see it. Cozy, I'm really sorry about your back. You'll roll with it, literally. I love the way you think. Yes, crazy comes when you go get a snack, Alyssa. Nice going for being hungry. Cozy did file a complaint with the medical board and she was reprimanded. However, she was not fired and they had to amend my documents because apparently if you are diagnosed with something like that, they can never truly remove it. Gosh, don't we love that?
What a dick. I mean, can I say that?
I didn't hear what she said.
Okay.
I'm glad the ER doctor knew what the heck they were doing. Saved your life from C. diff, which was huge because your aunt had died of it 3 days earlier. Oh my gosh.
That is so sad. I mean, I'm glad they saved your life, but like, that's really sad.
Mm-hmm. Well, and C. diff is no joke either.
No. I had to tell my grown-ass husband to stop licking my baby's face.
Licking?
Yeah, like Simba across the forehead.
Gross.
This is why this adult conversation feels so good.
Right? Right?
Because I would never have to tell Kat to not lick the baby's face.
No. No. No, but I do have to tell my adult husband to stop licking my face. So
That had to happen too, but it's happened less after I stopped playing nice and started smacking. Like, you physically put your slobber on my face now, swallow, and I'm going to aim for your nuts. So
yeah.
I don't play, and so that stopped. So
It's disgusting.
it is so gross. I don't want like the freaking slobber all over me.
For real.
And also, our kids were catching on the fun. And I was like, I am not going to have a horde of people that look just like you and start licking me. No. But yeah.
Cozy, I'm like that with smells with certain things. Like my smoke, like cigarette smoke really does that to me.
I hate cigarette smoke. I grew up in a house with it, and I had asthma during that time too. I wonder why. But now it's really hard for me to like be around it too. Like just
Yeah.
smelling it sends me into like coughing fit. And my oldest is really sensitive to air quality too, which is interesting because she's never been around smokers. I mean, I guess briefly my mother before we eliminated that from our life. But anyway.
Cozy, do you have, I think you should get one of those what are they called? It's like an armband that like always, it basically always monitors your vitals. And it keeps like a medical chart of your pulse and your blood pressure and all that stuff. If you're dealing with all of these allergic reactions and your heart rate being super low and, POTS and the possibility of MCAS, you should definitely have one of those things, because then it's creating a medical document for you to just hand over to your doctors. Like, if your regular doctors can't figure out what's going on with you, then they need to refer you to a diagnostician specifically. It's so cute. I love that one.
I love it because it's different colors. God, I'm being like,
Yeah, I cannot do the smell of pot. Cannot. It smells nasty.
I like the smell of it sometimes.
I don't. It makes me feel really sick. Just like that skunk smell, it instantly makes me nauseous.
Fair.
Lazy journalist popped in earlier and said anxiety is horrible. Yes, it is. Got to look back at the doctor and say you're too stupid to be a doctor.
Dude, I don't know how much I want to say on here because I don't. But my OB from my third pregnancy that
Yeah.
ended early. He had these little plaques on his, like, that people give him, like, gifts. Said I only speak my mind, or I say what I think.
Yeah.
And he's a really big, like, jerk to me. He said it was my fault that my pregnancy ended. That it was me. It was my fault that I was in this situation. And I was like, eh, he's lucky I was numb and, like, just, like, accepting everything that was happening instead of, like, processing what he said in that moment.
Uh-huh.
But I was like, I wonder if that's what happens to no, I don't want to go there. Never mind. I wonder why he's such a raging asshole. That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Just punch him. It's fine. Exactly. What a D.
Yeah.
Missing his brain.
I don't know how he, like, and apparently that was I told the next OB because, like, another OB on in the practice, like, his name was on the practice. That's why he gets away with it, I think. And she was like, "I'm so sorry he said that to you." And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, that one hurt. That one felt like, what the fuck?"
Yeah. He had no business saying that. Cozy, I'm just getting to your message earlier where you say you were raised in a cult church and your uncle is a serial killer and people kind of don't know how to react to that or even believe it. And your mom was so brainwashed, you ran away at 15. He's in jail. A lot of people ask that. Yes, he's in jail. I'm glad that he's in jail.
That's a lot.
You ran away to South Korea. She's still brainwashed, but I care for her now and it goes well. Actually, there are some that um I'm sorry that you have to deal with that. Like, that's really heavy. I mean, I've seen a lot of different things about growing up in, like, cult churches, and there is usually so much trauma related to that. And I mean, the serial killer uncle part, crazy, right? Definitely sounds like CIA stuff. Like, holy freaking cow. I'm glad that he's in jail. Um, what I can say is that I can relate to uncle trauma. And an interesting fact that I learned is that we did the 23andMe ancestry stuff to find a biological relative that we didn't know about, and in doing so learned that I have a grandparent who is in jail for double homicide and has been since like 95. So that's an interesting fact. Maybe not so fun, but definitely an interesting fact.
My father's been in prison for most of my life. It's not interesting, but it's my
I did
biological.
not know that.
Yeah, he threatened to hurt his girlfriend's kids. He like took them to a graveyard and threatened to hurt them, and so there's like kidnapping there too. But oh,
I am making a dog.
big. That's the same pattern. That's so big. It's amazing because I use Posh, of course, and mine's like was like this big.
Yeah, yours is itty bitty.
Dude, that pattern might be way worth it with Burnett.
Yeah, if you do it in Bernat, I think it would be a lot more worth it.
Cat's
Strawberry. Just phantom stitching, rocking back and forth. You know, back to the ward with no yarn or hook. That would be funny.
That would be legit though.
Right?
Yeah. I would want the hook too.
Cozy says that she crochets badly. But all that matters is that you're trying. You know, you just gotta keep going.
Practice makes it better.
That's right. Right. That would honestly be terrible, not being allowed to have your craft.
Yeah, that would suck. I worry about my I wonder if I go blind if I could still crochet. I wonder if like my hands stop working if I could like use my feet. Like how desperate would I be to like figure out how to do this
So
if one of my senses decided to fail on me?
that is why I know how to crochet without looking. Because when I was in middle school or like right at the end of high school, my aunt found out that she had a degenerative eye disease that could potentially lead her to being permanently blind at some point in her life. I'm like, okay, degenerative diseases of any kind can be hereditary, which means that I could end up with that. I wear glasses. You know, I could go blind. How the hell am I supposed to crochet if I go blind? So I literally trained myself how to crochet in the dark. And here we are.
But I could.
Yes, Alyssa, definitely. In other words, don't piss off Cat. Cat gets a nasty mouth. But if you were on here the other day, you would have heard me saying that I've never been in a fight in my life, but my mouth sure thinks that it can. So if that gives you an idea, my mouth says some downright terrible things that I don't know if I could ever back up. I have a much worse mark.
It's funny because she didn't say anything that bad. She was really pissed.
Only in that instance. I was in a professional setting. I can get that was probably as bad as it could get in a professional setting. But if we're like in a personal argument and you want to start getting personal with me, I mean, I had a friend in high school. We are no longer friends. And it's not necessarily because of what I said. It's because we got to a point where we were very much oil and water. Where she thrived on chaos and I'm empathic. So her negativity was drowning me, essentially. And it got to a point where there was nothing that could be done, nothing that could be said. And ultimately I ended up telling her that I felt terrible for her daughter, because her daughter is going to grow up to be just like her and going to deal with all the mental health shit that she goes through, because she doesn't care enough to make a difference, to do better for her kids. And at the end of the day, what gets me in trouble is that when you piss me off, I get to a point where the ruthless truth hurts like a bitch. And that's what it comes down to. I'm not generally going to sit here and run my mouth and say stuff just to say stuff, but I'm going to tell you the truth that you don't ever want to hear, and I'm going to say it in a way that you don't ever want to hear it said again. But that's only if you really, 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 really tick me off. Depends on how personal you come at me. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and that we're at a point. We are then at a point where friendship is no longer an option.
Yeah.
I have the capabilities. You know what, Mandy? I don't know if I'm surprised by that. I don't know if I am. You seem like somebody who could kick ass if need be. Or at least used to. I know your back's a little more sensitive these days, but people don't need to know that. Oh, see, and I wasn't even mean, Mandy. I wasn't even mean. I could have been, but I wasn't.
I have
Right?
things, but I can't. I don't want to. Cat was not mean.
I could have been.
She chose peace.
I chose to be the better person. I still try to choose to be the better person. Oh, goodness. Anyways. Anyway.
This one's mostly black in the face. I love them. Why do I love these so much? Stop it.
It's so cute.
Hey, at least I'm getting a bunch of these little kitties done for my
Yeah.
future good stuff front. Like,
Cozy. So true. Earlier said, I understand sassy. Oof. I love that you guys are cool about that. My friend tells me to shut up and get over it. LOL. I love her. So Molly and I are not necessarily like that with each other. But if you come hang out when me and Haley are on live, Haley is very much like that with me. And I love her to pieces. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is what it is. But I also really rather enjoy Molly's, soft, sensitive side, and she's just very sweet.
thanks.
Us quirky, I can't. Okay, I feel like I can never say the word quirky. Quirky. How do you say that?
Corky.
Corky, like Porky the pig, but with a C.
Like a cork. Corky. I know it's spelled with a Q, but just pretend it's a cork. Like cork board.
Do you see how my brain wants to say this as like QU, quirky.
Corky. Corky. I get it. And I could just be mispronouncing it. That's a thing. I said kiwi instead of kite.
Kirky? Maybe we need to Google this. How do you pronounce this word? Because my brain wants to see it very specifically.
It's Quirk. Quirky. Quirky. I guess you could say. Oh my gosh. Now
Right.
we have to know. It's gonna be one of those things Molly's been mispronouncing for her entire life.
Yes. Here, let's go on to Google. What does Google say? How to pronounce Quirky in English? Yes. It. Hello.
Quirky.
Quirky.
Like QU.
Yes. They're phonetically sounding KWUR. Quirky.
Quirky. I take issue with that.
It's weird. Like, okay, so at least I'm so sorry that I have now inserted my issue into your guys' brains. I have,
Quirky.
excuse me, always
Quirky.
had an issue saying quirky.
I would just say quirky. I stay. Maybe it's. What if it's a different part of the country thing? Because there's plenty of people who say things differently.
Oh no, I definitely hear it other ways. I definitely hear it as quirky also. Or
I would
like
just say
kirky, even. I don't like that one. That one feels very wrong. Like it should either be quirky or quirky. But it just doesn't, it does not roll off the tongue. I love how our conversations literally are all over the freaking place and very much feel like nonstop brainstorming. Like, our brains are doing so much work.
I mean, ADHD symptom. What are you talking about?
Bureau. That one I can say. I can say bureau.
Bureau? Bureau. Bureau? Bureau.
How would you say it?
Bureau?
Yeah, bureau. There's a lot of people who can't say cinnamon.
Cinnamon. I was borderline trained by one of my teachers to speak and articulate my words very clearly because I used to mumble and like not talk very clearly. So she really spent a lot of time making me articulate my words.
Mm-hmm.
And then I
Yeah,
realized it's a personality trait at this rate.
exactly.
Like,
Strawberry says, reminds me of earlier, my significant other reminded me of my breathing and I became very aware of it. It was very uncomfortable. Like, but I'm confused.
we
Like
became
what?
very good at the word that we were trying to deal with, and then she's become very aware of her breathing.
Well,
Like,
no, not like I'm thinking. My brain wants to be on like, oh, how did he remind you of your breathing? Like, did he say, like, don't forget to breathe, or like you're breathing very loudly, or you're breathing the wrong way? I don't know.
it was choir too. Maybe it was because I was in choir. I loved choir. was like my favorite subject.
Mhm.
Class. Sorry, I read Cozy Loves Christ.
And now,
Yeah, maybe it was probably choir and my science teacher. Yeah. Articulate your words.
yes, I'm definitely like chorus definitely helped with our articulation, but also like my brain just
I don't know how to say
so
it.
I'm very good at math and I'm very good at English. Not like research writing English, but like grammar, sentence structure, writing, the way that words work English. Hence why I would stumble on the spelling of a word like working. Because my brain wants to read it as it is written. And it's very frustrating when you don't pronounce it the way that it's written. Like, why is it spelled that way?
Teaching my kids to read and spell has been the motto of the whole entire experience has been, yeah, that's just English for you. That word, yeah, letter's silent now. I know it's not normally silent. Yeah, C says S sometimes. Just in this word. Yeah, yep. Just like these yeah, that's just how it is. You just have to memorize it this way. It's really
English
annoying.
just sucks.
I surprisingly like roots now as an adult. Like roots of words, prefixes, and suffixes, and like the roots. Like I like it now, and I understand. Like it. I feel like if I would have like actually listened and understood that it was like kind of telling you what the word means, and like it would have made more sense back when I was a kid. But
Mhm.
now it's like information that I really enjoy having if I don't
Yeah,
know the word.
it helps you break down a word if you don't know what it means.
But in high school and middle school, I would have not even. I would have washed over that. I would have been like, yeah, I have to memorize something else about this stupid word.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Cozy. Like, English breaks all the rules. So, like, cheeks McFlappin here. Your YouTube name kills me. Says English is an amazing language. Like,
Great, right now that I have to hear that.
we're at a,
Yes.
I think we're at a point where our brains are broken. Oh my goodness. I'm literally like, I have a tear. I have a tear producing because your YouTube handle is Cheeks McClappin. Like, why?
Don't ask why.
You're probably right. That's exactly why. Why
Don't do
else
that.
would you have that as your handle?
That's not the question you want to hear. Or that's probably not the answer. Like, no.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Listen, I'm gonna go ahead and skip to the end of the chat at this point. My brain hurts. Um, let's just say I have a way with words.
Yeah. Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
I don't know how long you've been hanging out here, Cheeks, but I can't help like, okay, the brain is now past a point. Um, the amount of comments that have come in the chat today about farting, asking, like, one of them asked earlier if one of us could fart in the microphone.
I missed
Strange
that one.
request.
I'm really glad I missed that.
Yeah, like strange request. But I feel like somebody whose username is Cheeks McClappin would really appreciate those comments. Like, uh, gosh, my head hurts. Not only is my brain broken because of conversation, but some of it is definitely, like I was talking earlier about my gums hurting, like my mouth hurting, and I get to a point. I know it can definitely be a funny topic, You're not a fan of farts? What? I'm not either, which is why we usually delete the comments, but I understand that there are multiple ways that cheeks clap.
I get secondhand embarrassment every single time I hear that word, the username used out loud, and she just keep, you just keep, and so every single time I'm just like, I mean,
I know.
I'll deal, but I just want you to understand how what's happening right now. You do you. I'm not telling you to stop. I'm just.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is like my because my mouth hurts, it like travels, and then my head hurts, and then it's a whole thing. And it's like, oh my gosh, so literally right here, it hurts so bad.
I'm sorry.
No, no. Cozy says that they have laugh syncope. So we've made her faint for 0.2 seconds like 12 times. I'm so sorry. I like to have fun here, but I don't want to have that much fun, Cozy. I don't want you to pass out. Please don't hurt yourself.
Please
Well,
remain
it's like,
seated until we're done laughing.
well, like if you guys have noticed me like picking my glasses up and like pinching my nose, like that's part of it. It's like my head hurts. It just, I don't know. That's a weird thing. I'm so glad. I'm glad we can have fun. Like, that's
When
what
I
it's
was
about, right?
when I was a kid, I used to think that I would get overheated and pass out. Like ever since I was like 6, I thought that I had like this problem where I would overheat, pass out. Turns out
Mhm.
I was more chronically dehydrated and was passing out, and I didn't realize that until I was in a choir, in a state choir where we spent 3 weeks at the fairgrounds in summer, and I marched and stuff with them like 10 miles a day, and we took a sip of water every time an airplane passed, but we were right beside the airport. So I learned that even though it was hot, even though I was overheating, I did not pass out because I drank water like a normal person. But yeah, I used to have passing out spells, but it wasn't like that quick. I definitely had like tunnel vision, and then my like the pillow over the ear feeling, and then my like it would go, and then my chest would hurt, and then I'd pass out.
Well, this is something that's related to her POTS.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
because like it's a heart condition. So when you laugh, you think about it gets hard to breathe when you're laughing. So your blood vessels and stuff are probably going to constrict, which is going to make it hard for the blood to flow, which is going to make you pass out. It's kind of like what do they call it? Vaso vaso something syncope, which it's literally like the something if you get too cold, like it'll constrict your blood vessel and it will make you pass out simply because you got too cold for a second. Vasovagal, thank you.
That's a word I wouldn't be able to pull out of my head.
I like I said, medical stuff is a special interest of mine. Um, I don't remember if it
You
was
should
you, if it
watch.
was
You should watch Chubby Emu.
what?
It's- I realize that doesn't sound very medical, but he's a medical doctor, and he does all sorts of these SA, or no, that's the wrong. Let's not use that one. BC was drinking, you know, 30 gallons of pop, and this is what happened to his heart. Like it's like a that kind of stuff. Um, and Elena loves watching that stuff. She just will watch them over and over. So when we're crocheting, she'll be like, "We should watch some Chubby Emu," and then I realize that Chubby Emu does not sound like a medical professional at all. So
It
you're
does
like,
not. Like, it makes me think of the Liberty Mutual commercials.
well,
Does
you should
you
watch them
have a
because
brother?
they're really detailed, and they absolutely do show like there's definitely like literal science in it. Like he's breaking it down to like, and does the root hypo, meaning, and then presence in blood, and like he has too much salt in his blood because he like the toilet cleaner or something. Like it's um interesting. They do stupid shit. The one guy was trying to give his cow dewormer or something, and accidentally like, or maybe it was antibiotics. It was antibiotics, and he like accidentally shot it into his leg. So he had like 1,000 pounds of like cow antibiotic in his leg, and it goes on to say what happened, and then he'll say they made a recovery, or they were not able to make a full recovery, or the autopsy determined, and then you're like, oh, he didn't do so well at all.
Yeah.
Really?
Like,
Anyway, it's
that person died.
I think you could binge watch that pretty well.
Probably. Is this a YouTube channel?
Yeah, Chubby Emu. Literally
Okay.
type in Chubby Emu, and you'll see him.
We'll definitely have to watch, because like Mystery Diagnosis, Medical Mystery, like all of those shows, love them.
Elena wants to watch House, and I'm not sure if I want to let her watch it or not, because he's kind of an asshole. I mean, he's a fun asshole, but she's kind of being an asshole. I don't know if I want to endorse that.
At this point, I don't know if there's anything you can really do to make her not like that. So at least she'd learn something in the process.
She gets some swag at it, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, if she wants, it would be an interesting way for her to learn medical issues. She's a different type of kid, Cozy. It's not like that.
What's wrong? What about a different type of kid?
She said I wouldn't suggest House if she has any anxiety. Like, I'm sure she does have anxiety, but a different type of kid. She's not going to be anxious over House.
No, she was watching The Good Doctor, and I've not watched The Good Doctor. I don't know if it's
The Good Doctor is so good.
Okay. So her cousin was watching Grey's Anatomy, and I was like, no. I know how much sex is in that. No thanks.
Yeah, that's different. That's definitely different.
Yeah.
House definitely has a bit more. There's really not much like sex.
I know. I was trying to remember, because I used to binge watch House.
Yeah.
I love House, but I also don't consider myself an asshole. So I don't know how that would work.
I think that she would probably maybe learn some new phrases. And I mean, she can say some asshole things without swearing.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe she'll learn different uses of language.
She has a kid at school who barks at her. She has a kid at school who takes his hands and says, Christ repels you, all day long.
Okay, so here is where House will come in handy for her. When he barks at her, she doesn't have to threaten him. She doesn't have to swear at him. She doesn't have to lay a finger on him. But she can kindly remind him how she knows how to do a surgery to remove his spleen. If she would like to.
She could threaten to neuter him. Okay.
But it's not a threat. She could just talk about, like, how, fun fact, I know how to perform this thing. Like, did you know that your testicles are not something that you need to live with?
Did you know you could...
Because I can make that happen for you.
Do you know horses are gelded without any anesthesia?
No. Okay, for anybody who is just scrolling through and is coming onto this conversation with no context, I'm so sorry. Also, if you like the live. Yes, more kids should have medical curiosity. Not, yeah, right. Rose Ara, I'm so sorry.
I'm so
Listen,
sorry.
okay, I can see that your profile picture is of a female, so I'm going to assume that you are a female and you would understand you're in middle school and you're being sexually harassed by a douchebag boy at school, and you get in trouble for talking back to the person who is sexually harassing you. So instead of, you know, punching that child in the face, maybe it would be more effective to just nonchalantly drop the fact that I know how to neuter rabbits. Or, you know, I've very thoroughly studied medical shows on TV, and I know how easy it would be to, slip rat poison into your drink. Or,
Maybe not that one. They would tattle on her so fast.
uh,
She said she did something. I forget what she did. I think she flipped him off or something when the teacher wasn't in the room. And she said that the teacher walked in and the kids started like raising their hand to like tattle on her. And then the teacher's like, I don't want to hear it. If you have a complaint, email me. And then she said she got 8 emails like in that class. Like apparently it's like a fast track email or something, but like they got like 8 emails and she got pulled in after and she got a lunch detention because she flipped them off because like the whole class. My child is not my child is a little bit of an outsider in that school,
yeah.
but she thrives on it, I think. She's at
Rose,
least
I'm just insinuating that I assume by your picture and that your name being Rose that you are a female. And whether you are still in high school or are an adult who has been through high school or middle school, you, like every other female person I've ever met, understands how much harassment
sucks.
and inappropriate harassment you get as a female from boys at school who are they're just boys being boys.
Yeah,
So,
her teacher told her she has the worst mouth she's ever heard on a girl. I was like, oh, it's a little tough, but also, didn't he just like he insulted her or something? And she told the teacher, and she was like, "I'm sure you said something. You have the worst mouth I've ever heard on a girl." I'm like, why don't you do your job? Why don't you like stand like do something about it?
yeah. Cozy said I had a kid constantly snap my bra in middle school, and then another wouldn't be seen with me because of my religion, but would get really nasty at me in private. Oh, of course. Of course. Why not?
Yeah, yeah. I told her if they snapped her bra, she can punch them, but she
Is that
has to be prepared because like she will get suspended, and she can only do that one more time.
yeah.
So do what you will with that. Like it is assault to snap your bra. It's physically assault, like sexual assault. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Well, and that for me would come down to like if the principal's office wanted to come at her and try to expel her for that, that's when you, while in the principal's office, like, all right, I'm going to call the police in and we're going to file a police report. We're going to press charges on this boy for sexually harassing her.
I don't know if like I want to say that I was told once that you can't in school, that it's like school, like I don't
No,
know.
you can. You can. Um, you are supposed to let the school handle it, but if the school refuses to do anything about it, you are absolutely within your right to take it above and beyond the school. Because the
She wants
school
today.
should be doing something about it, and they're not.
Yeah. Apparently, the mom of this one girl she had a problem with, um, is trying to get her off the school bus. Her school bus driver told her that.
That's
I was like, I'm sorry, what? An adult is going like what is an adult doing while you're just doing your school thing? Like, I'm sorry. Why was I not informed? Anyway, School sucks. It
That's
sucks.
super frustrating.
Whose
Not
body-
your business.
Oh, that kind of body count? Yeah, that's my business.
I mean, I imagine they're not asking how many bodies we have buried.
Would you tell them though? Like honestly?
More than
I'm
you would assume.
I don't
Right,
bury
right.
them. I have pigs.
Exactly. What body count? There is none. Nothing left to be found. Oh man.
I don't have pigs.
I'm just saying, if at any point suddenly I have pigs, you know what happened.
Yeah, that's not appropriate. Hey mods, or anybody awake? Because this guy's spamming rude things.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Cozy said, I used to wear my hair up but had 2 strands of hair in front of me, and he was like, oh yeah, that's so hot. I bet you are a freak. And I'm like, man, I'm 13. Yeah. Yeah.
You're getting the weirdos now.
It's because it's after midnight.
Is that just like it's literally 30 minutes after midnight? Is that a thing? Do they all come out?
That's right, Felicia. Came in and saw nothing. Also, hi.
For you, no, I don't have Facebook.
Oh, for sure, Alyssa. People are strange.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you, Mauricio. I'm pretty sure he said that we're hot.
Yeah. He did.
No Facebook? Unfortunately I can't show you what's in my basement. I didn't know Beyonce was white. like what? Felicia says, in regards to the school harassment thing, yes, you can take legal action against another student's actions, even if the school is not responsive, as long as the behavior is illegal. And you look like Taylor Swift.
Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
I love how you read that and instantly you tucked your hair behind your ear. Like, hey.
No. I am coping with no, not handling.
Okay, I can't laugh so hard. That hurts my brain.
Y'all are killing me, okay?
That was funny. I know. You're in the room with Beyonce and T Swift. Oh, man.
I bet you Taylor crochets.
That could be part of the problem, Alyssa. That could be. But, and I am hydrating with more coffee. Not super helpful. Let's see if one of my water bottles has something in it.
I've made.
I can be a cool aunt. I try, anyways. I think maybe it might be acid in the basement, not the bodies.
Here, my kitties. Oh yeah, I mean, I did watch. What is it? I can't even think of the name right now. The dude with the acid in the bathtub that falls through the ceiling, and you know.
I like that.
It's why
No,
can't I
no,
think-
not what you're saying. My water. So typically I can have water in these water bottles for a few days. Not a big deal. Spring water, so it's not gonna have like weird tastes. But something about this water bottle that Premier sent me, no less.
fancy.
There's like metal that is leaching into the water. I could taste it. Oh, Amira, this is nothing. How are you on live? It's literally been like a few hours since I've even been here. We started at 8:30, so it's been 4 hours.
Oh my god.
But yes, I don't remember when it was, but Haley and I did a 7-hour live once.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not your person for that, at least not while I have a baby.
Yeah,
Maybe
no.
4 or 3. Maybe I'll do that, but until then I'm not
That
gonna
was
do
a
it.
really fun live though. Like it turned into a drinking game. We got to like 120 likes.
Was that I was in the chat at one point, right?
I
'Cause
think
it was
so.
a drinking game and you had a bunch of likes, a whole bunch of likes. And you guys were drinking. Definitely.
Yeah, it was great.
Haley was hilarious.
It was so much fun. Yeah, because it was like every time you like the live, we'll take a shot or we'll take a swig or whatever. And I managed to go through like 4 wine coolers in an hour. I'm like, damn, okay, I'm feeling a little tipsy. You can go back and watch the live. It was really funny. Ooh, that's not great. Drinking after beginning Xanax.
Yeah, I kind of did that when my baby was in the NICU and I was like, Kyle got me out of the hospital. Like, he lured me out with food. And I kind of forgot that I was on, that I had, they put me out, they gave me something and I forgot that I took it and I probably shouldn't have been drinking with it. But I downed it with single margarita as fast as I could. And I felt it so hard. Like, I can hold my liquor and I felt that, like, and I don't know if it was the meds that I shouldn't have mixed it with or if it was the fact that I drank it in like 5 minutes or like what it was, but or maybe they added a lot of, like, I don't know, but it was, I felt it and I was great. This is exactly what I meant to do, but it was fine. Just, oh, that's interesting. That's neat.
I thought it was really funny. Um,
A relationship, like, you ended up in a 13-year-old.
the
13.
retro velvet it was costing I think $10.99 a ball. But they just had big deals with it because they are discontinuing the line. So it is discontinued officially.
I want somebody to take up the other one, the one that Passionate Kelsey used to do, Juicy Couture, or still does because has a bunch.
That'd be nice.
I need somebody to pick up Juicy Couture because I love that yarn. For scrunchies, only scrunchies, but I like it, and it's really soft, and I like all the colors.
Yeah. Thank you, Alyssa. She just shared the link to that live, the 7-hour live, if anyone wants to watch it. Cozy, Retro Velvet is a velvet yarn from Premier. It's a really nice velvet yarn. It's very similar, actually, to Juicy Couture. A little bit thinner, but not by much. And way more cost effective. Because Juicy's freaking expensive.
Oh, I don't want to buy it. I mean, I guess I would want to buy it from. I want it to exist in the store so I can have it if I want it. I don't actually need any. I have a big basket of it that I haven't touched in a while because I haven't made scrunchies. I appreciate it though. I think it was Mandy. Yeah, I appreciate it anyway. I don't actually anymore right now.
Mandy, they discontinued Retro Velvet officially, but it was, I think, $10.99 a skein. Amira, that's super cool. Alyssa, no, I did not change my YouTube name. Why? Cozy, that's super cool. That's very genius. Amira is crocheting a leg warmer. Nice, nice. Cozy said, I'll take 7. Okay, Alyssa. Mandy says, selling a bunch of my yarn to come up with a house payment sucks, but I don't use a bunch. Okay. I'm confused. So Alyssa just sent me a screenshot where YouTube is showing my YouTube name as Cat's Crafty Crochet Beads. But I'm looking at the page and it definitely says Cat's Crafty Crochet Korner. Like, what?
I mean, did somebody just mimic you?
She says that she refreshed her computer and it's apparently saying the right thing now. But weird. Ooh, I just got chills. Your laptop must have glitched. Weird. Strawberry says, my knot crocheting tight, but the acrylic is squeaking on my hook. It feels gross. Something to try for that, Strawberry, is to take your hook and just put it through your hair. Even if your hair is very freshly washed, the natural, like, oils in your hair helps take the squeaking away on your hook. Why? Couple of nitwits. Ha 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 ha. But we don't, I mean, I guess, okay, I can kind of knit. Molly,
We're
can you
not.
kind of?
Kind of. I can knit a scarf.
Okay, so I guess we can be.
I don't want to be a knit.
I mean, I thought it was kind of funny, Alyssa. But Cozy, why are you throwing up? Please don't throw up. Is it because I was rubbing my hook around on my head? Oh, okay. Feeling the fabric against your skin. Yeah, nails on chalkboard for sure. Like if you vacuum the floor while standing on it.
I mean,
Don't
that's
you
sense.
normally stand on the floor while you're vacuuming it? I'm confused. Alyssa's brain has gone into crazy mode. Oh, yeah, the squeaky hook gets your brain turned inside out. I can understand that. That's not a fun experience. Yay! It's a very weird thing, but it is an interesting hack. Hi, Gray Man. It is almost 1 in the morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I might have to call it soon.
I
'cause
know.
I gotta go to sleep. Well, actually, Gideon's gonna wake up and demand koozies.
Cozy vacuums while standing on the couch. That sounds unsafe. I don't know if I would recommend that.
What about the rest of your house? How do you vacuum that? Not
Oh,
just
yeah.
asking. No judgment. I don't like.
No, that's a good question. Like, do you just have, is it like the floor is lava? Do you have like stools and stuff throughout your house that you stand on? Or do you just not have carpet in other places of your house? As I look at myself in the shot, I realize that this looks highly uncomfortable. Just the way that I'm sitting. Just, yeah, I'm still on the same dog. We ended up on a tangent and I have a headache and yeah, I'm not being very productive tonight.
I am.
Yes, Molly is. Part of it was when I was on my tangent, I like couldn't read the pattern and understand how it was telling me to connect the ear. Cozy said just carpet in your living room and couch is giant. All other carpets come up and go into the wash. Smart. Ooh. Does anyone vacuum their couch? Sometimes. Not often,
Sometimes
but sometimes.
it's the animals.
Yeah. This is a crochet hangout. I also thought it was going to be small or smaller. It's not.
Small. Or
Felicia has tomorrow off and needs to get items done. I've been nonstop going and I'm exhausted. I have tried to vacuum a dog actually. My dog's name was Bug and she did not like it at all.
I don't vacuum my dogs, but I did. I can't say it like this. So, the groomers, like dog groomers, have a blower.
Mm-hmm.
I've blown rabbit fur. Like, I can't say that.
Molly's out here blowing her rabbits. He's like, please don't. Please. Hello, Jason.
Oh, God.
Welcome in. We have some of the best conversations here.
I walked into that though with like showing rabbits. Angora people do that all the time. We run into that statement that just sounds a little off. But they have long coats and you have to groom them. And it's easier to blow the dust out than to try to like brush it out. Plus that damages the wool. So like
I mean, if you think about it, how much different is it from blowing out the cartridges on like the Sega Dreamcast? You know, the
Yeah. They. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna show you. I've got. I don't think I have enough fingers for this, but
oh no, Cozy. Granted, maybe I missed a comment, but I've definitely not trained for that. My husband is very disappointed. Continue. So sorry. I just looked at the chat and saw luckily Cat is trained for that. Like, nah.
oh, yeah, yuck. Um,
So many kitties.
those are the ones that aren't stuffed. I have 4 more that are.
Ooh. They're just trolling. You did not stumble in the wrong stream, Jason.
Finger puppets.
Definitely crochet after dark. Strawberry has always wanted to spin Angora fur.
I have, and it's probably the hardest to spin because it's really fine, and it takes a lot of spinning and a lot of tension. So it's kind of hard, and it spins really fine. So you have like um I don't know. I like spinning other sheep wool first. There's a bunch of different kinds of sheep, so you get different textures of wool, and it's a whole thing that I have a friend who's like she's probably like 25 now, but she has like this huge like warehouse or like she can identify wool by the sheep by touching it. And I'm like, I can't do that. And then I'm over here playing with acrylic yarn, like, you know, no, I can't do that. But it's really cool. But I don't have.
Hi, Daniel. Happy Whip Wednesday.
You can wash wool. You just have to be careful with it. You can like depends on the wool. They make super wash wool where they like put it in they like put it in a chemical that keeps it from shrinking as much. Um, but then you have the raw wool that will definitely shrink. You were talking. Somebody was saying about Angora. So this is a I think it's knitted. My friend knits. Um, this is Angora. This is 100% Angora. It's a black and white rabbit that she sheared. Um, so she just took off the wool, and it's super fuzzy. I don't know if you can tell how fuzzy it is, but it feels somebody asked me if I had a cat on my head because it was like super fluffy. And it is the warmest thing you will ever put on your head. Like my ears are already like it's hot.
Instantly warm.
Yeah, instantly warm. But no, it's like super soft, and it's the unfortunate thing about Angora and alpaca too is that it doesn't have any memory to it. So it won't keep the shape that it's in. It'll actually stretch and relax. So this is a headband or an ear warmer, but it's actually getting um like less tight each year because just doesn't have any memory to it. But it's really soft. It's like a bunny. Like it is a bunny. Well, the fur of the bunny. No bunny was harmed. Just sheared. It's super soft.
Thanks, Gravian.
Sorry, we tapped into a special interest.
No, you were so fine. Strawberry wants to practice spinning more, but getting fiber is difficult.
Yeah, you can find it on Etsy. You just have to look up roving wool, spinning wool, roving wool, and you'll find a lot of really pretty hand dyed things that people will buy like a generic wool that so when you buy like you can even buy yarn that's like 100% wool. They'll say like merino wool or whatever, but what they've done is they've taken it from a bunch of different farms and they've meshed it together and they've run it through the mill until it's like uniform and looks like a very generic unidentifiable like yarn or wool. It could just be the roving if you want to spin it. But that poor bunny just got a haircut. That's all it was, I promise. Her name was oh, I don't remember who this is. It's my friend's rabbit. She literally just gave it a haircut. Like a wool cut. It's wool, it grows back. Bunny's okay, promise.
Yeah,
Bunny has to have
that's
a
all.
haircut because they can actually ingest their wool, and then they can get like a hairball, and they can't cough it up like a cat, so they could die if they don't have a shear. They're okay. They're not being harmed.
Nope.
I mean, okay. We don't have to go there. The bunny's alive. Promise. Or, yeah.
Good thing you followed that up there, person. But yeah. Someone asked if we are more dog people or cat people. I like cats.
I'm gonna tell your dog.
He is a huge pain.
I think I like dogs better, but I have cats too. Like I like them both for their different qualities.
Yes. I like the dog. It's just he keeps like stealing people food right now. And he keeps peeing on the floor and all of these other things. It's like, dude, you gotta quit.
Yeah, the roving wool that I'm talking about is probably 34, 36 bucks for I don't know how many ounces, but yeah, we joke that it's kind of a little bit like you want to buy something sketchy in ounces because it's especially Angora, it's pretty expensive. Not that it pays anything but the feed bill occasionally because it take like 3 to 4 months to grow it. So
Jason, the dog is 10 and a half years old. So
Maggie,
I don't think there's much training that's going to be done there.
Maggie.
He's also partially blind, and he was spoiled rotten for the last like 8 years.
Maggie. Maggie, come on. Say hi.
But Cozy is right. Cats would eat your face. If you died and your cat was left in, like, if you died with your cat and your cat were starving, it would eat you straight up. Gray Man, I have had a Belgian Malinois. They are very protective dogs. Very, very protective, to the point that if any animal at all enters into your yard, they will kill it. Does not matter what animal it is.
See your eyes. Wait. No.
Like, and you have to be able to give that dog a job. Those are dogs that cannot not have a task. I mean, like, there's a reason that they are bred and used for military dogs, for police dogs. They are very, very high strung, and they absolutely need a job or they will become very mean. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing.
This is Maggie. She's a Shih Tzu with a bad haircut. Don't mind her.
She's just a little mop. She's fine.
Stop.
Gray Man, I would very much recommend do a German Shepherd instead. You know, they're also high maintenance dogs. They also need a task. But they're also okay with being a lap dog if that's what ends up happening.
Yeah. It's an 80-pound dog, but it'll lay on your lap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Belgians will lay on you too. Like, they'll love you. They'll love you to pieces. A Belgian Malinois sheds just as much. They just don't have as much of the fluffy fur as the German Shepherds. And realistically, that's only if you're talking about the long-haired German Shepherds. Because there are German Shepherds that literally have the same hair as a Belgian. There you go. Dip the dog in Fabuloso and put it to work. I can understand that. All right. Dog is done, except for she needs sewed shut and she needs a note. But I really do need to get off at this point. I don't know if anybody has noticed how much I am fading, but I really need to take some Tylenol and probably go get some water. And at this point, I might end up sick. So I gotta go. No
Do we
one
want
wants to see
photo?
that. Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm still collecting them.
Yes, collect your army of tiny kitties.
Kitty bodies.
Are you gonna try to wear them like finger puppets?
I'm trying. I'm trying to be fast though, because I don't want to keep you waiting.
That's okay. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. If you want to hang out again, we go live Sundays and Wednesdays, typically at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we stay on until 11 o'clock or later. It just depends. But okay. All right. Good night, guys. Don't forget to like the live. Don't forget to subscribe my channel and Molly's channel. Molly is Out of the Barn Crochet. On YouTube, I will be sure to edit the video to post that in the description and stuff because I forgot to earlier. And I hope you all have a great night. I'm gonna try not to get sick.
Yeah, drink water, cat.
Yeah, something. Good night.
Night, bye.